Okay. When I say buenos, you say dias. Buenos. Buenos. When I say good, you say morning. Good. Good. Oh, wonderful day it is. Any fathers in the room? Happy Father's Day. Thank you for all you do, for your presence, for your contribution, and of course for inspiring youth. So grateful. We are here at the final day of the HEAL conference. It's day 3. Give it up for yourselves for showing up for the day 3. Yes, yes, woo! It's another day filled with inspiration on actionable items that we can take with us as part of our pocket toolbox. It's getting heavy, but I think you unloaded it last night, right? Your thoughts. You maybe talked to someone about what you experienced yesterday or so far this week, and hope you continue to share. Our first 2 days were so much fun. Had a great time. We are getting ready for our first session this morning. Again, if any social media posts, we encourage you to share hashtag HEAL conferences, hashtag TechNet for any of your friends next door, TechNet conferences. And this morning, we'd like to start a conversation, digging deeper into a conversation around leadership. And we've heard a lot of really meaningful things this weekend about how leadership aligns so much to our inner sense of wellness and well-being, feeling seen, supported, validated, all of these aspects that cater to the human experience. We know that investing in leadership ensures that everyone has what they need so they can ask for the support and can feel courageous enough to do that. Very excited for the session that's coming next, this panel. I would like to welcome the session moderator, Janet M. Harvey, and all the respective panelists on stage. Please join me in a warm round of applause. The panel session is titled Leadership Development for Future Ready Schools, Preparing Tomorrow's Leaders.
Good morning, panelists.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Since our audience has heard a lot from each of us, I thought our first question could get framed a little differently. So for the audience's benefit, what we will do is talk a little bit about our point of view, of course, around what does it mean to be future ready, both as leaders as well as the contribution to students in the educational system. However, because you know us already, we're going to do a little something different in the first question, which is to think about how did we let external factors influence our thinking? So, 30 years in the business, right, Donna and Laxman?
Yeah, 30 plus years, yeah. Yeah.
If you could go back in time, let's go back 20 years. And give yourself a moment to think about what was going on in the world that you took into account as you were making decisions about how you would deploy your leadership in the educational space. And then, when you've both spoken, we'll take it forward 10 years.
Sure.
And then take it to where we are today. So that we can start to understand that there's always an ecosystem that's pressuring what's occurring. And oftentimes we don't stop to say, I wonder how that would change my decision making as a leader. Make sense?
Yeah, sure.
All right, great. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead.
Okay. Neither one of us wants to go first. Well, I'll take it back to the beginning of my teaching career, so 30 years ago, where when I first became a teacher, there were state standards. There was a lot of freedom, however, in curriculum. One of the first schools I taught at had no formalized curriculum, so I was able to make a lot of decisions about what my students were learning and why it was important, and I became a very creative thinker because of being thrust into a space where I had to be creative. So now if you fast forward to about 20 years ago, under No Child Left Behind, now we have much more stringent standards. there's a shift to assessment. There's so much emphasis even today on assessment, on standardized test scores. And at that time, I guess back in, well, not quite 20 years ago, but like 15 years ago, I was doing my dissertation and I interviewed different English teachers, like 15 of them. And so many of them said, we can't, our hands are tied. We can't employ best practices. We can't be creative because we have to be in a certain space. So that was very challenging to see. And today I think we're shifting back to a bit more flexibility and freedom. I mean, there's been a lot of changes. I won't go into all of them, but we're still driven by assessment, right? If you look at the Common Core standards, which exist and still are widely used, what is it students should know and be able to do is being assessed in a very stringent way versus, well, what do we think as educators, as leaders, students should know and be able to do, and why does it matter, and can't we map to that, right? And can't we take into consideration student well-being and the whole child and not just the score? So that's a few of my thoughts.
Hi. I think now you make me look back. I think when I started my my journey, right? So when I came out of school and college and started looking, the first thing I had to do was hunt for a job, right? So that was all the skill set that I learned at school was probably a couple of the subjects that I liked the most was what got me into the job, right? So I had to fight against like a gap where 90% of what I had learned was not effectively being used in the first job, or didn't land me the first job, right? And then when I came into the industry, I went with a lot of passion for learning. And as a technologist, I found that the technology landscape was continuously changing, and I had to continuously adapt. And it was my passion to learn from all my peers, my colleagues, that got me into a few places. Then I landed in. I was educated in India. When I came to US, I was like the first in the family to come to US, and back in the late 90s when I came here, it was like a different world altogether, because at that time the technology industry was such that people were dedicated to a line of technology. So in the technology front, we have the front end, back end, databases and all that. And here you could find experts in either the front end technology, back end technology, and that was like wonderful for me. And I learned a lot from all my peers, my colleagues. And going back 10 years back, then I felt that the world was changing so much around me that I wanted to do my master's at that time. So a lot of people typically do masters right after graduation, but I did my master's from Harvard like 10 years back, and that was a good catch up with technology and good catch up with the building up my entrepreneurial skills, management skills, plus how they all interoperate with technology. So I never considered myself a leader till a few years back. When I joined Ernst & Young, I was leading their technology practice and for the cruise companies, right? And then recently I came into the education space, and in the education space, once I came into the education space, then I learned that my passion is education. What I learned from all the people, the family, the work, my colleagues, I want to give back, and that's where I learned that my passion is to educate, and I want to leverage all my knowledge in technology and my love of people to change. That's what the short story, or not so short story. Yeah.
Well, I think, so this is just my personal bias, that every human being is a leader of themselves first and foremost. So you've always been a leader. And think about all the ways in which you adapted over time, both of you, right? So in the 90s, we were starting to see, at least in corporate business, the next major evolution in technology, from 3270 emulation, big data center, mainframe-based work, to distributed computing. I was a business architect for that project at the financial services company I was with. We were fundamentally altering the way of work. What did that do to education? In education, they had to put, everybody remember when every Mac on every school desk?
Yeah.
Right? And that altered the learning experience. It also altered the expectation of the students coming out, being ready to be in a workforce that was using everything digital. Now we've seen that evolve as well to the point now where it's in the palm of your hand, or it's on your watch, or it's in your eyeglasses. That's over 30 years we have had at least 3 technology evolutions.
Perfect.
And we've probably got more coming.
Yep.
So how do leaders in the education space take into account what's happening in the outer world, and when they're thinking about policy or thinking about curriculum or thinking about training teachers? What are the ways you think about those external influences?
Yeah, sure. That's a wonderful question, right? So because as I mentioned, the technology landscape is difficult even for the people in the technology field, because it's so much changing. Around 2000, when basically in the computer world the years were encoded as 2 digits because of performance reasons, right? And come 2000, we thought the world was going to die because all the computers didn't know the 4-digit year.
They
right?
couldn't do 00.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. So that's how it started, and then later the distributed computing, the NoSQL. Come the NoSQL, they said basically they thought the database need not have any schema. All the database engineers who kind of played around only with like a fixed way of interoperating. That changed, right? So next, now we are at a stage where even the core technologies don't know what's happening, because the AI seems to know everything that you already know, right? So it is like our claims to know, right? So it is in this world where the traditional ways of what you learn in school, like a programming language or a foundational concept, is not kind of acting good enough, right? Because the world is demanding if any one of you, each one of us looks back, right? So it is like what we learned from the education system and where we are in our career path, right? So it's just that we were able to just pick and choose a couple of the topics which we liked, and either became future leaders or innovators or entrepreneurs. It's never the holistic experience, and I wish the education system can allow us to innovate. I believe that the people are meant to innovate, and the education system should allow us to innovate and develop future leaders. I envision a world where the world is full of debates and topics and of thinkers, of educators. And in order to do that, I believe we need to collaborate further between the education system and the people who have walked the walk of life in either the tech field or the entrepreneurship field or the business field or the coaching field. Yeah.
You're really talking about returning to the Socratic method, right? I mean, I didn't hear this word yesterday. It really struck me. I never heard curiosity. Oh my gosh, isn't this at the heart of what we're up to? Yeah. And when we no longer need to rely on the technology, I read something the other day. IBM published a report a year ago that said they thought that human knowledge doubled every 13. Do you know what I'm going to put in place? Every 13 months. And they predict that by the start of 2027, it will be 13 hours.
Wow.
So the implications of what technology enables to education are profound. What are we developing in the educational experience that prepares a human for knowledge and expertise are no longer the entry ticket.
Well, our schools don't reflect the real world, the majority of them. I won't say all of them, right? It's hard to generalize. There's lots of education innovation happening out there. And we need to take a hard look at, well, what is happening in the real world that we can bring into schools? How can we put value on students driving their own learning? What is relevant and authentic today versus 5 or 10 or 15 or 30 years ago? So I think it's leveraging that as a starting point, and then going out to the community and involving the community in schools as well.
And so the gap that we're addressing in this conversation that we're having is the sensitivity to the external influences. Yeah? All right. So you're early in your career, you've done your undergraduate work, you're maybe a student teacher. What do you want from your mentor to help you strengthen your leadership as a teacher?
Ooh. Well, when I first started, I just really wanted to know, how do I get through a lesson, right? How do I interact with students? How do I meet them where they are? And I didn't really get that from either of my mentor teachers at the time. Both of them were one step away from retirement and just gave me classes, and off they went. And so a lot of it was learning on my own. And I think that is why I'm in a leadership space, because I had to be extremely creative, right? And I said this the other day, I sought out my own mentors early in my career to learn and grow and figure it out. And I think most beginning teachers are anchored in survival, and that's what I'm describing. And when I teach a class at the University of San Francisco, I teach my students, who are all student teachers, more or less, that they really need to start thinking about learning outcomes and educating the whole child, rather than what am I doing tomorrow and how am I going to survive? Because if we're going to build people who can go out into the world and be flexible, they need to be thinking about learning outcomes. They need to be thinking about, what can I do? Why does it matter? How do I transfer my learning to a real world context? Otherwise, we're in trouble.
Right. Whole human development. Right. And from a technology point of view, what do you think, Lakshman?
So, yeah, I mean, my bachelor's was ages back, right? Like 3 decades back at least. And at that time, I didn't know, like computer science was evolving, right? So I was my engineering college was one of the topmost now. But at that time, it was like I was only the second batch of computer engineers to come out. So at that time, I like when I look around in my family circle or my friend circle, it was the knowledge of computers were not there. And therefore, every mentor that I looked up to was basically people who were from other fields. They were trying to like use email, use some parts of the technology, but they were not the technology experts. But now I would like to answer that question in a different way now. So now, because the technology has evolved to such an extent that now I'm in a state where I'm basically leading the technology initiatives of a couple of companies, and then working on architectural innovations in the education field. I would like to say that my older son, he graduated from Georgia Tech, right? So his and a lot of his high school mates and friend circle are finding it difficult in the job market now, because the industry and the entrepreneurs are believing that AI is going to replace every human being in the workforce. So it is with that. So now I look back at how to guide those youngsters who are curious-minded, who are out with a fresh outlook, even with there's a lot of them have computer science degrees, but the industry is not able to absorb them. The industry is not able to place them in a right position. So at this stage, I believe that with all the knowledge I have gained, and with all the knowledge I have gained from the people around me and from the technology around me, I believe that I have a need to guide them, to mentor them. So it is like what I wanted to come back to that was that I didn't have too many mentors at the time, other than my work colleagues in the technology field. But now I want to give back to my mentees. Yeah, so that's the power I want to bring back. Yeah.
You know, it occurs to me that there's so much that's not technical that we're talking about here. Right?
Yeah.
It's more. I can remember my father saying to me in 1970, I want to say 5. I was I graduated at the end of my sophomore year in high school, and in terms of work needing to get done, so I went to college early, and he said to me, "Liberal arts. You need to get a liberal arts education." Which, of course, none of us were thinking about then. And I was already working. I was a salesperson. I was making money. And then we had the crash in America in the early 80s. And that cycle of bust and boom continues to today. And the thing that I realized is that when I finally went back and finished my bachelor's, this was in economics. And why did I do that? So I could learn how to think. So I could learn how to reason my way through anything. I didn't have any mentors telling me that, but I looked at all the other curriculum and went, this is not interesting to me at all. And I was so excited when my microeconomics professor ended up being part of one of the administrations under Bill Clinton, doing economic policy, and I thought, now that's relevant, right? My education is actually helping me be a better human and be a better citizen.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So how do we resource the educational system to think more holistically, more systemically about preparing citizens?
I think one place we need to start is rethinking our teacher training. So most teacher training is you spend a very intensive year or maybe 2 getting a master's degree and a teaching credential. You student teach in a couple of different classrooms, and then off you go. Good luck, right? And yes, now you have your own classroom. There's also intern programs where you become a teacher immediately and you take classes as you're teaching and you are the teacher of record. There's residencies, which is a slightly more slow release kind of model. So teachers or people learning to become teachers maybe observe, but then usually by the 2nd year, sometimes the 3rd, they're just thrust in as the full-time educator. And teachers aren't prepared. There's so much to learn and to do to teach effectively. Why don't we have a longer pathway? Why don't we have a more creative way of involving people early on in education so that they can observe, learn, maybe co-teach? I mean, my first 4 years of teaching, I was co-teaching with history teachers, and I learned so much because they all had a lot more expertise than I did. So how come we can't do that? I mean, I know a lot of it is time and resources. Money is always a huge factor. But I think we need to reimagine what teacher preparation looks like as a starting point so that we have truly prepared educators who can guide student learning without having to worry about that survival piece early in their careers.
Right. So the external influence, the pressure on teachers to perform before they're really ready is rippling into the students.
Yes.
Who then also feel that same pressure to get out and go do something as opposed to letting themselves develop. I mean, the neuroscience now is saying that the brain doesn't fully develop until nearly 30.
Mm-hmm.
And we're saying, you've graduated, go get a job. Go decide what your career is, right?
Right.
And that's kind of crazy in my book.
Yeah.
So how about you? How do you think we ought to change the paradigm? And we heard on day 1 to turn Bloom's taxonomy upside down. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. How do we activate the creative life force that's in every single person, creating environments for that? What else do we need to do?
Yeah, I think Donna brought up a great point from the teacher perspective. I would like to go back to the student perspective, right? From the student perspective, what I believe is that, if you look back, right? So there might have been in each of your K through 12 systems. Say, for example, let's talk your journey up to the college life, right? So in each of your K through 12 journey, you might have had 5 or 6 teachers per each grade, right? And each teacher would have had like a thought about you as to how you can improve. That was more of intuition of the teacher, or it was never like it was a topic at a time or a subject at a time, and that feedback system never got into what shall I say, that the teacher who recognized that my son was good at history or at math or on English, but never resonated or gave like a formal feedback to the other teacher. So what I believe is that we can build a technology platform with all the great minds around to help the teachers to collaborate better, right? So that they can give a proper feedback to the students collaboratively. So we need like a LinkedIn, like a platform where the teachers kind of collaborate, and together they help the students. And I believe in building like a digital badge system, which is like your QR code of life of your education journey, which basically has a footprint of all the teacher feedbacks that you have collected over time and how you have performed. And with the artificial intelligence models, the artificial intelligence is nothing but trained on wiki data nowadays, right? But if we train it with our curriculum and we train it with our all the feedbacks and allow the AI to assess in a 360-degree way, I think with that, and we can give a holistic recommendation, and with the industry professionals working in cohorts with the educators, I believe that we can achieve that system where there is no more the gap between what the education system is producing and what the industry is needing.
And I would just add to that, like, we need to create innovative schools. And so about 8 years ago, there was an initiative called the XQ Super Schools Project. And I was on a team with a number of people, and we created an innovative school design. And part of this competition was 10 schools would be given $10 million, right? 10 school designs. We didn't make it. We made it to the semifinals, which was great, but also there were far more innovative ideas out there. But those kinds of initiatives are what's really needed for us to step back and say, wait a minute, let's step completely outside of this paradigm that we're so used to, right? We just accept, okay, schools are the way that they are. How can we come together as people and redesign and involve the community in ways that we haven't even imagined? And to do that, we need to all come together, right? It's not just educators, it's not just the tech sphere, it's all of us.
You know, it strikes me that one of the things we said on day one as well was that the origins of the educational system were rooted in commerce, preparing people for commerce, because that's how you build communities. And I'm hearing you say something a little different. And beyond a Venn diagram, so there's the student, there's teachers, there's parents, there's industry, there's government or civics or society. What else would you add to the mix of collaboration?
Yeah, no, so I have a diagram. I'll showcase that, because in like I'm working currently for the nation's report card project, right? So where there are a lot of influences. So one, there is the government legislation, like the ESRA Act and all that basically drives the need for a curriculum or like an assessment or a NAEP project, NAEP-like project, right? And then there are the government bodies that are kind of invested in either doing research on that area or driving the execution of the platform. Then there is the general public who are allowed to take parts of the previous year assessments, right? So this assessment, the NAEP project, has been going on since 1969, right? So it evolves over time. So then there are the school administrators and the school staff who feed in, and a subselect of the students across the nation take the assessment. So therefore, there is the student population, and then there is also interest from the researchers and the university professionals, university advisors, because on the general academia, because they are also invested, like if you look back, right, the K to 12 education system is totally different from the college and different from the masters, different from the PhD. So a lot of the masters and the MBA courses tend to teach you in a more practical oriented way with more situational approaches and practical knowledge. So there is a lot of interest in the academia to bring back such kind of education also to the earlier stages of life, right? So, yeah.
Situational education. That's a new phrase for me.
Yeah.
Huh. What do you want to say to the audience as a call to action?
I think there is a dire need. There is a dire need in the industry and in the education world that either the students are not graduating, or there are a lot of underperformers, and there is statistics to show that a lot of the underperformers are ending up in jail, and they are not able to make a living. And I believe that in our walk of life, in the professional career or the entrepreneurial journey that we are taking, there is a lot of influence we can make on our future. I think the future needs a lot more innovators, a lot more people who are leaders, right? Because there is a lot of gap in our ability to produce leaders, and the technology, while it can help with, like I believe it can help, but there is a scare also, because there is a scare that the AI already knows so much, so why should we learn, right? So there is that concern or scare that the technology might take over and all the Star Wars kind of future will come out in a negative way. But I don't think there is anything to be scared of. I think we should collaborate. I think the educators of the world know a lot about who the students they are teaching. I think it's time for all of us to collaborate, and the collaboration involves people from all walks of life. So the nerds of the world to the educators of the world. I think let's all collaborate, because the world deserves better students and better students of life. And so that's where I want to get to, that I think it's high time we all collaborate. So, yeah.
You're reminding me of a panel that was hosted by Accenture right after Davos conference this year. And they had the CEO from L'Oreal, the COO from Allianz Insurance, and the CFO from DHL. And they were talking about the application of AI to commerce and where were they in the journey. The thing that really struck me was, to an executive, they said, we have to think about this as up-leveling roles, not replacing.
Mm-hmm.
We're not laying off workforce. But the workforce will have the benefit of replacing repetitive tasks that's not stimulating with things that will use their innate creativity. I thought this was a very hopeful sign, by the way. And that means education has to be thinking with commerce in a very different way. And it goes back to what you both are talking about here. How do we create a learning environment that helps them learn to think? And what the gal from L'Oreal said, the very first course we wrote in the upskilling of our workforce was the art of the prompt.
Yep.
Right? How do you ask a better question? All right, educator.
Yeah.
What's your call to action?
My call to action is to approach with curiosity, because it is important to take that critical step and ask ourselves, why are schools the way they are? Okay, let's reflect on that. And then what can we do to change them? What needs to change, and then what can we do to change them? And if we all step back and reflect on that critically, we come to the table with 20, 30, 50, 2,000 different ideas, and we can really innovate.
Yeah. What haven't we covered? You know, you've both been on, this is what, your third or fourth panel? I've lost count.
So have I.
What haven't you shared with the audience from your depth of experience and your longing for creating a really big impact in the education space that you want to say as your closing comments?
Yeah, basically at every stage of life there is something which is fascinating. It was it the mainframes of the early or late 1900s, or the internet technology, and now the AI. I think a lot of things are around us are sound awe-inspiring, and it's like I want to. Want us to think of technology as a tool, as a hammer, to go use it for our benefits. It's not meant to replace any workforce or replace the human capital. I think it's a technology created by human beings, and therefore we should not be scared of technology, and we should use it in the right way. So I want to use technology as a tool. Yeah.
And I would like for us to create schools that create citizens, right? Because it's not just about academics. It's not just the traditional test scores. It's not a teacher-centric way of learning. It's all the aspects of what makes us human. How do we bring that into the classroom, into our schools? To do that, we need to have community involved. We also need to rethink ourselves as educators. I mean, I am guilty as charged because so often I'm thinking about academic outcomes. My background is in curriculum development and design, and I forget, oh, wait a minute, there's the whole student. There's every aspect of who they are and what they bring. And if we can get back to that, I think we'll have more equitable spaces where students are more prepared to be citizens of our world.
Can you say that again? I like what you just said.
Oh.
You said to create citizens.
Yes, to create citizens. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you, Donna. I think that's actually what education is about. Whether it's how am I in my family, whatever my family of origin is, in the friendship circles and the community circles, when I go to school at every stage, when I go to work at every stage of my professional career, how am I creating a better community together? And I think that we've lost some of that ethos. Mm-hmm. I certainly see it in the youngsters who are coming into workforce. Middle managers say to me, they don't know how to work. And I said, well, what makes you think they've ever learned what work is? That's not part of our educational system. And if both parents are working, there's not a lot of time at home to be able to talk about those things. And I think the educational systems could evolve to create more of a web or a fabric of what is the way of life as humans that we want to have as a society. And that's not unique to the United States. That's true on all the continents. So maybe we redefine education to be about creating better humans. Yeah, there we go. All right. We still have 5 minutes. So questions, what's on people's minds?
I got one for you.
Okay.
Because nobody has brought this up. I want to know what your views are for those kids who come up that they're like, well, college is not for me. Mm-hmm. I don't want to continue that. But who in your field are taking care of those who want to go into the trade? What about the trade? Mm-hmm. Where do we help those children?
Yeah, good.
That's such a great question. And if I go back in time to when I was a high school student, I went to a high school that had a trade school built into it. And over time, throughout my career, I've seen the trades slowly disappear. And about 15 years ago, when I was working with an innovative charter school, they said every student will go to college, right? First generation, here we go, 4 years of education. And I had a student who said, I want to be an auto mechanic. I've always wanted to be an auto mechanic, right? I don't want a 4-year pathway. It's not for me. And so that caused me to step back and critically reflect, like, wait a minute, what happened to the trades? Because I didn't even notice, right? I was so involved in my own educational journey. And I don't know that there are schools that are really doing much about it. And this is not my area of expertise. So if there's somebody else in the audience who actually has a response, that would be lovely.
So, in North Carolina and lots of states, there's a dual enrollment program, and when they get to junior level in high school, and the purpose of that is for kids to do just that. If your school doesn't offer trades, it allows the students to go on and get those, and it's free tuition. And so my school, that is what we do. A lot of times the public sector utilizes that dual enrollment to push the four-year college. It clears up a seat in their English classes or whatever, and logistically it works for them. But that's what I do. That is for the kids that say, I'm not going to go to college, I want to have a career, or I'll never be successful. It gives me an opportunity to put them in a trade class and say, while they have support from us, and it's free. And a lot of our kids, I've had 216 graduates all go on to a trade, some kind of college or military, and most of them graduate with some kind of certificate from college at the same time. So it is out there.
Yeah, it is.
And just more and more people need to utilize it and let the kids make the choice. They don't all fit the parameter of a four-year college, and the sky's the limit.
Yeah, and it is out there. My best friend's son just graduated from high school, and he goes to a school where there's a trades program, and he is very interested in computer technology. So he's been taking college classes while in high school at the community college, and they have a collaborative relationship. And there's other aspects of that program as well. And I think what we could do is also look to other countries to learn. So if you look at Dutch education, there's differentiated pathways. So if you want to go into the trades, then you're at one level. If you want to pursue a four-year degree, you're at another level. There's like 3 or 4 different levels of post-secondary education.
And also let me add that education, the four-year college or any higher level education can come after you build up some knowledge in the trade too. So it's not I learned a lot more from my master's course at Harvard because I had the practical experience. So that applies to the trade field too. I believe that right after high school, if you want to do some trade and then get back into the education system later, I think that's wonderful too, because you will now have a solid background in what areas you wanted to build and build information on or build knowledge on, and the education system, you will see the education system from a different perspective at that time too. Yeah. Mm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Question for Lakshman. So technology. We are woefully underrepresented in coding and many, many ways, and we bump into problems all the time. When I get a iOS update, many times it sort of screws me up, and I think, if a woman was coding, I would not be doing this. So how are we going to get more women involved? And I don't know if you know Dr. Reshma Sugani's work, but she started Girls Who Code, sorry, and it's really accessing that. But what do you see out there, and what do you see can be done differently at a younger age?
It's funny. I think when they... it's funny, not because of the comment, but let me take a step back, right? So when I look back in the industry, it is it's not necessarily, the computer science field is not necessarily only about the coders. I have seen women from all walks of life enter into technology, and there is a huge gap. The computers are nothing but a tool, right, if you take it that way, and it's there to meet people's needs. And where I have found great people are great women leaders and influencers are basically the people who bridge that gap between the people angle and the process or the technology angle, right? So while it's not all coding, it's all about what the code is nothing but I see as a medium to express for people to express to the computer. So it is It's an art, and while traditionally a lot of guys have picked up the field, I think women have succeeded a lot in talking to computers because they are awesome at talking to people too. So, so absolutely, I welcome more contributions for sure. Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you both very much. It's been an honor to serve with you these 3 days, and I wish you well and safe travels home, and let's keep in touch.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. GOODJOB. Good job. Good job. Amazing. Thank you so much for the panel and the discussion. Thank you, Janet, for such great moderation. And we are getting ready for our keynote speaker, first keynote of the morning, titled Revolution in Mathematics Education. We live in a very fast-paced, data-driven world where mathematical literacy is increasingly essential, from finance, medicine, and beyond. But even just from the creative area perspective, we used to teach classes around music and the circle of fifths and understanding sound as frequency, as vibration, as a reflection of light. And integrating mathematics is really easy when we do things in this way. Traditional methods of teaching mathematics often leave students feeling shamed, feeling inadequate, because we're missing the opportunity to let them know that math is all around us. Everything is sacred geometry in nature. When you pick up a flower, it's everywhere. All the teaching tools we need, not the white paper with black text on it. That's not how we learn to integrate mathematics in a meaningful way in our life. So please help me to welcome hopefully another enthusiast of math. If you haven't yet to figure it out, I really do love math and teaching math as well, and helping young people especially believe that they can and they will master the skills to engage mathematics the way they are often forced to in public schools. That undermines their creative way and their intuitive way to connect to mathematics and what that is. So please help me in welcoming our expert, Professor Matthew Matician, a mathematics educator in the Mathematical Sciences Research Institute, International McCaw Institute of Academic Research. Let's bring it up.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Matthew, and today my topic is revolution in mathematics education. And if you want to know more about me, you may you may search my LinkedIn, Matthew Yip, and connect with me. Here are the awards that I've obtained. Okay, now we turn on the main session, the existing problems over years. The first part is assessment and competition. For mathematics, first, there is no public assessment for every grade. Second, there is no competition for school math. Also, internal assessment creates conflict of interest because most of the teachers push most of his or her students pass by setting an easy assessment even though their abilities are not enough. This is my observation over years. And internal assessment is unfair when we compare students with different schools. For example, a student from a better school has advantages, even though his or her ability is worse than another student from a worse school, which makes unfair. For Mathematics Olympic, most are competitions but not assessments, and there exist age restrictions. Some questions are beyond the syllabus. This is a main problem. And most other Olympic competition only requires a small number of questions to be answered correctly to receive awards. For example, if there are 20 questions in an assessment or competition, a student may only have 5 correct answers to get an award, which indicates that participants generally do not perform well. This is often due to insufficient preparation time. And most importantly, organizers provide paid preparation costs to make the competition unfair. It is because some parents could afford the fee, but some could not. And for mathematics teaching, same schedule and syllabus for all students in their own country or region. Most students cannot follow unified and one-time teaching because most schools do not provide record classes for revision. Also, teachers only give a small amount of time or even no time for students to understand and then explain the questions. And students only have a small amount of time to copy what the teacher has written. They do not have enough time to understand. It is difficult to ask questions immediately during lessons. And they cannot review after lesson because no record class for them to review. Also, talent students are not motivated to learn faster and deeper. And current math lessons belong to passive learning, which is much less effective than active learning. And on the other hand, students cannot select their own teachers. Supporting for training of solving hard problems is insufficient because time is limited during lesson. Last but not least, paid tutoring costs unfair. The same reason, because some parents could afford the fee, but some could not, which makes unfair. So, how to solve all the problems? To solve the problems, there are 2 components. The first one is the Global Mathematics and Mathematics Olympic Grade Assessment Test with competition. And the second one is the Automatic Mathematics Learning System. Okay, before talking about them, let's talk about our visions. First, to integrate textbook, exercise, and lecture notes into one, starting from the basics and teaching each math problem step by step. Second, let people now and in the future learn math anytime, anywhere, according to personal needs and progress. Third, to enable individuals with high mathematical aptitude to learn advanced mathematics and Olympic mathematics more quickly, to accelerate human progress and benefiting humanity. And fourth, in the future, academic qualification will not be divided. Instead, recruitment standards in the workplace will be based on grades obtained in various subjects and their levels from public assessments. Fifth, people with weaker mathematical abilities should spend the same amount of time mastering basic mathematics. Once they reach the level required for their chosen profession or further studies, they can stop rather than forcing themselves to study math in higher grades. Sixth, by unitizing public assessment and automatic learning system, we can reduce the workload of teachers, thereby reducing the future demand for math teachers. This allows talented individuals who are capable of dedicating themselves to math education to contribute to an ever-expanding reservoir of mathematical knowledge, facilitating the continuous development of the mathematical field. Okay, now let me introduce the first part, the Global Mathematics and Mathematics Olympic Grade Assessment Test with Competition. Here are the introduction documents for Math and Math Olympic respectively. And now you may scan our documents in Google Books. Okay, they are free. Okay, let me stop for a while. Okay, our assessment has different grades. One of the main features is that anyone can participate in the assessment, while only the one who fulfilled the age requirement could participate in the competition at the same time. Here is the certification for mathematics. For the assessment, we use absolute marking system. If your score is 90% or above, you could get distinction. Otherwise, if your score is from 80% to less than 90%, you could get pass with credit. Otherwise, if your score is from 60% to less than 80%, you could get a pass. For the competition, we use relative marking system. If your score is in top 5%, you could get gold award. Otherwise, if your score is the highest 10% after the gold award, you could get silver award. Otherwise, if your score is the highest 15% after the silver award, you could get bronze award. And otherwise, if your score is the highest 20% after the bronze award, you could get merit award. And here is the certification for Mathematics Olympic. For the assessment, the cutoff marks for Math Olympic is a little bit lower than math. This is reasonable since Math Olympic is more difficult than math. And for the competition, the percentage of awardee is the same with math. And here are some notes. We do not require participants to achieve a passing grade or above in previous levels or to have participated in previous level assessment in order to participate in subsequent levels. And also we offer both physical and online tests. Since our assessment is global in nature, it is difficult to establish physical test centers in every country and region. One of the reasons for setting up online exams is to accommodate individuals from countries or regions where test centers cannot be established. Another reason is that online exams have lower costs, making them more affordable for more people. On the other hand, the transcript and certificate will indicate the mode of the examination, whether it was taken physically or online, for reference. Okay, here are some Q&As. The first question is, what are the difference between assessment for mathematics and mathematics Olympic? Okay, the first one is, the mathematics assessment covers the mainstream mathematics taught in schools, which everyone should learn. The mathematics Olympic assessment mainly covers the knowledge beyond school mathematics and is similar in scope to other mathematics Olympic competitions. It is more challenging than mathematics and is suitable for individuals with a high mathematical aptitude. Second, in the mathematics assessment, some questions require solving the solution process, while in the mathematics Olympic assessment, In most cases, only the answer needs to be written similar to other mathematics Olympic competitions. Okay. The second question is, can I take both math and math Olympic assessment at the same time? The answer is yes. You can even choose different exam languages. Okay, third question, do the assessment and competition have the same test paper? The answer is yes. Participants who participate assessment and competition at the same time only need to take the test paper once to obtain both certifications at the same time. Okay, the fourth question, will the results of assessment and competition affect each other? The answer is no. For example, an 11-year-old participant can participate in the grade 8 Math Olympic assessment and participate in the competition simultaneously. If that participant scores 78 points in the assessment, he or she will receive a pass with credit in the assessment. And if his or her score ranks in the top 13% of the competition, the participant will receive the silver award in the competition. And if another participant scores 48 points in the assessment, there's no level in the assessment. But if his score ranks in the top 45% of the competition, that participant will also receive the merit award in the competition. Okay, the next question is it unfair for people of different ages to participate in the same level of assessment? The answer is no. The reason as follows. The first one is, in assessment, the grading scale has a fixed range of scores, which is unaffected by the others. Second, candidates over a certain age can only participate in the assessment and cannot participate in the competition at the same time. Third, the transcript and certificate indicate the year, allowing for the calculation of the candidate's age at the time of assessment. Okay, the next question is, if I'm a school teacher or tutor, what is the motivation for my students to take this assessment? Okay, the answer is, when registering, you can fill in the name of the instructor. If the student obtains excellent or good or passing grades, another certificate will be issued to the instructor, and the names of the instructor and the student will be filled in the certificate. And what are our principles for setting questions? Okay, there are three main principles. The first one is to try to avoid situations where a mistake in the earlier part of a question leads to losses in subsequent parts. The second one is questions should be challenging yet not excessively tedious to minimize the need for cumbersome calculations. And third, we aim to minimize the element of luck in our questions. Okay, and what are the special features of our marking scheme? Okay, there are two main special features. The first one is the principle of absolute fairness in policy making, okay, which means that the scores absolutely reflect the true level of test takers. That is, the knowledge level required, difficulty, and workload need for each score are combined to form a comprehensive indicator, but not just relative fairness. That means to evaluate all test takers according to consistent standards. Okay, they are different. And the second one is the marking scheme clearly indicates the topic of each question, making it easier for students to review and categorize. And can I buy the answer sheet and apply for marking review? The answer is yes. If the score changes after the review fee will be refunded. And here is the supporting organizer, which is called the Asia International Mathematics Research Association, which is established for more than 20 years. And the members include mathematical research institutions, groups, and individuals in 10 countries. And also we have obtained certification from the following 16 organizations. Okay, now we need more recognition from different organizations. Please find me after this session if you're interested in recognizing us. And here is the list of our advisors. They come from United States, China, India, Singapore, Japan, Italy, UAE, and Aranda. I've typed their names in the following 5 pages. Okay, and also the thank you list for those who have freely provided valuable advices. And now we need your valuable advice. Please find me after this session if you are interested to be our advisor. Here are the previous assessments conducted. And the Global Math and Math Olympic Grade Assessment Test with Competition has been introduced in the following magazines. Now we are going to organize assessment in different countries, and we need one co-organizer to help organizing in their own countries. Please find me after this session if you're interested in cooperating with us. Okay, now let's talk about the second part, automatic mathematics learning system. Okay, here are our ideas. We would like to break the traditional teaching model. Understand and try the problems yourself first, and hence absorb the knowledge and skills better than just watching the teaching video directly. Based on the students' learning speed, use a step-by-step method to ensure that they can do it. Because understand does not imply that they can do it at the current stage before moving on to the next stage. Avoid being unable to master the questions in later stage due to too rapid exposure, and at the same time increase learning efficiency and try to avoid wasting time in the stage that have been mastered. Okay, here are our flow. Okay, students need to try to finish the question by themselves after learning the knowledge. Then they need to click the answer button after they have tried their best to finish the question. If they get correct answers, they could click the next stage and then try the questions in the next stage. Otherwise, if the question is if the answer is wrong, or even they don't know how to do, they should try again by referring the correct answer shown. And if they can work out the answer, they should click the next question at this stage. And then the system will show another similar question at the same stage. And then students try again. Otherwise, if they cannot work out the answer, they need to click solution and use spread plan to take notes. If they could completely understand the solution, they should click next question at this stage and then try again. Otherwise, they should click teaching, then a teaching video will be shown. And then students use blue pen to take important notes. If they could completely understand the solution, they should click next question at this stage and then try again. Otherwise, they have to scan or click the QR code to ask in person. And then use red pen to take important notes after we provide support to them. Okay, because of the limited time, now I am not able to demonstrate in details. But we are going to provide free trial of our system. Please find me after this session if you're interested in cooperating with us. Okay. Last but not least, there is the connection between the Global Math and Math Olympic Grade Assessment Test with Competition and the automatic mathematics learning system. We strongly believe that assessment boosts learning. If someone enroll our assessment, they could get free preparation. On the other hand, if someone enroll our preparation system, they could get free assessment. The connection between them makes our assessment system open and fair. Okay, here's my LinkedIn QR code. Let's connect. Thank you. Any questions? Um, we try to avoid multiple choice with only one answer, but we will give multiple choice for multiple answers.
Okay, well, what about I understand your concept, but what about just assessments in general? What about the assessments for students that have a learning difference, whether they're on the spectrum or they have anxiety about assessments and things like that? What do you do for students that need some kind of accommodation, if anything?
They could. Okay, let me turn back to the page. Please wait. If they have different, if the students have different learning abilities, because anyone can participate the assessment, they could choose the grade which is suitable to them. Then, for example, if their learning abilities of a student is lower than average, they could choose a lower grade and then pass the assessment, then to build their confidence. On the other hand, if a student is gifted, they could choose a grade which is higher than the corresponding grade. Yeah.
Okay, one last question, sorry. How does this strategy tap into critical thinking and higher level thinking? Assessments in generally, you're analyzing some things. What about the creation mode? How do you utilize this for a student to go in and to create something utilizing their mathematical fluencies and foundations?
We focus on to build a solid foundation of mathematics for every student. So we open the assessment for anyone to let me go back to our flow. We want them to master the problems step by step. That means they could build confidence and also the actual ability needs or knowledge need before they go to the next stage of the questions, so that we 100% to ensure that they could master the knowledge required. Yeah, but they will not. I mean, what should I say? We should say that they will not hate math because they don't understand what's happened during the lesson in school. Yeah, this is our main purpose. Okay. Any other questions?
I have one. Yeah, I have one last question. On the workflow, do they have to show the work? It's only one answer so it's not multiple choice. But do they have to show the work on how they were able to obtain that answer?
Yes, they have to show their work. I should say that in our assessment, we will provide some questions are multiple choice with multiple answers. But this is not the main part. The main part is they need to show the steps. Yes. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, if no, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Matthew Matician. Let's give him one of our good job songs. We could do the one in Spanish. All right, we remember muy bien. If you weren't here, Professor Matthew Matician, muy bien just means good job. All right, muy bien, muy bien. Muy bien, muy bien. M-U-Y-B-I-E-N, muy bien, muy bien. Our next session is a panel discussion entitled Empowering Women in Healthcare and Education, Strategies for Leadership Success. Women historically have faced tremendous experiences, challenges, barriers, particularly to leadership positions both in healthcare and the education sector. The panelists will discuss strategies to empower women, how addressing equality and equity is necessary for advancing equal opportunities, advocating for recognition and support for women leaders everywhere. The discussion aims to promote gender equity, equality, leverage diverse perspectives, and tackle systemic issues. Please join me in welcoming the session moderator, Janet M. Harvey, and the panelists who will introduce themselves on stage. Big round of applause.
Ouch. I'm super excited for all of you that 4 out of these amazing women you've already met. So they're going to get to deepen their, I'm going to say their narrative. And we have a brand new person with us, Sonia. So glad you got to join us.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
This subject is a passion of mine, not so much in healthcare and education, but in general. Since women are the majority population in the United States, the fact that we are so underrepresented is annoying beyond I can articulate. Here's some numbers for you that hopefully impress upon you how important this subject is. The share of Fortune 500 companies run by women CEOs stays flat at 10.4% as the pace of change stalls. Only 52 of the 2024 Fortune 500 companies are run by women. Does that make any sense? I don't think so. Of course. The share of Fortune 500 companies run by women CEOs stays flat at 10.4% as pace of change stalls. That's only 52 of this year's 2024 Fortune 500 companies. When we look at the compensation survey, 341 CEOs were reported. 25 made the list. What's that? So there's something we're not quite doing enough of, ladies. Right? Yeah. All right, that's our subject. How do we strengthen empowerment for women to be in leadership roles? I would suggest in any sector, but in particular in education, because of course that's going to be influencing the future women leaders. And in healthcare, it's been traditionally supported mostly through the nursing side. But don't you think it's time for a few more women CEOs in healthcare? Yeah, I think so too. All right, so we have so much to say in this panel. I'm just going to ask everybody to keep thinking about how do we resource our audience. We've got an opportunity to give you at least 40 good ideas. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. Okay, so by way of introducing yourselves, what are 2 or 3 strategies that each of you have used to become the extraordinary women leaders you already are? You go, Sonia. Yeah.
All right,
and,
so-
and add a little of your bio in too, please.
Yes.
Okay.
So, hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Sonia Gaither. I am the Dean of Libraries at Clayton State University, located in Morrow, Georgia. And first, let me say, to add to that statistic, I became a director of library services at my former institution where I was the first black library director, and that was 2014. Fast forward, now at Clayton State, I'm the first black library dean starting in 2019. So yes, we do need to change those numbers. For me, the way that I began is to just be curious about what was going on, to find out what my interests are, what my passions are, and just participate in conferences and meetings to learn about what's going on and how it impacted my job, and not just how it impacted my job, but also how the library impacted the entire university and how I could expand that. And that's how I was able to find my interest in leadership and just began to practice what I learned.
Were you always a systems thinker, or is that something that came as you got curious?
I think it grew over time.
Okay. All right, Betty, it's your turn.
Okay, so I am the founder and CEO of First Gen Careers, LLC. And my journey began when I started my first leadership corporate role. And the first day that I arrived in that role, I was shocked. Not because there weren't women, but there weren't anyone who really looked like me, right? No black people in the room. So that was the first layer for me of even understanding I had worked so hard to get to this point. And here I am, what do I do, right? And so later down the line, I became a career coach, career executive coach, because I felt that it was necessary for women of all colors, really, but women of color in particular, first gens, to receive that support, to receive the support in corporate and understanding the landscape and the politics that are there, and educating themselves to be empowered and to be bold to be in those spaces. Because I didn't know that, I didn't know what to expect, but I came in ready to get the job done, and I was very enthusiastic, and I was very happy to meet everyone, but I didn't have those skills yet either to advocate for myself. And so as I continue on in my career and continue to elevate in my own career and helping the transformation of other clients, I advocate for myself, I speak up for myself, but yet I'm not, by default, I'm not just doing that for myself. I'm doing that for all the other clients that that couldn't do it for themselves, or all my mentees who are coming into the industry and making that pathway, building that pathway for them, and really, in hindsight, giving them permission to show up and advocate for themselves and for their peers and those that will be coming after.
Yeah, I'm really hearing you describe the journey of self-worth and recognizing it's already inside them.
That's right.
Yeah, beautiful work, Betty. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just love you, Betty. Hi, everyone. My name is Gaina Whitaker, and as most of you already know, that I'm very passionate about my company, Genesis Medical Research Group. My journey began, I believe, in college. I mean, just listen to everyone up here. I was the president of the NAACP. I was the president of the Black Student League, but I really didn't understand what that meant. Fast forward, my spiritual journey has really showed me what my leadership potential was. And you know, from a spiritual perspective, I understood what my gift was praying for other people and identifying different strengths in people and helping direct them in their path. And then I took some courses in my MBA program on emotional intelligence, and it's kind of spiritual at the same time. But part of who I am is really looking at people for their strengths and helping pushing them into their purpose. And what I'm most passionate about is like when I look at people, I don't look for their flaws, I look for their strengths. And I know that's something that only God could have given me. Because I know, you know, the ugliness that I had in myself, I really wanted God to be shown through me. So I knew that my leadership had to transfer over to the professional realm, you know, and I didn't notice it until people started telling me on the job what I was doing. And, you know, I compliment everybody at work. I'm pushing my team, and I ended up in a leadership position because of the things that were natural about me. So then I had to learn that there were some other things that I need to learn about myself, where the gaps were. So I started to read books and started to develop in the areas where I'm weak. Like, I hate speaking in front of people. But, you know, as a leader, that's what you have to do. And when you're passionate about it, it just has to come out whatever way it comes out. So I think to be a leader and what helped me become successful was being self-aware, just dealing with my emotions, being conscious about other people's emotions and helping them and pushing them into their purpose, that is part of my purpose in life. So that leadership was just something I didn't choose. I believe it chose me. But now I can't run from it. Now I just have to be diligent in preparation constantly, not ever taking for granted that I understand, ask questions. I even want to, you know, seek out Betty because I'm a first generation college student and corporate. So I'm thankful for all of that. And you have to be humble enough to know that you don't know everything. So I'm thankful to be a leader and to be recognized in that way. So those were the things I believe that helped me become successful.
Thank you. And nobody would ever know you don't like speaking in front of people.
It's just come out. Yeah.
And Donna?
Yes, you all know me. I'm Donna Hyatt, founder of the Oak Center for Educational Advancement. And as a child, I was really an introvert. I was the kid who sat in the class and tried to hide and, you know, did the work, didn't question. And in high school, that shifted. I don't know why, but I started becoming more extroverted. And so I realized how much I loved learning. So I joined all these different groups. I joined student council as one of those groups and was thrust into leadership in that way. But as I continued on through college, I just had this sense of, oh, I can just learn from joining everything and surrounding myself by people who know more than I do, who are more experienced, who are better. So that carried me through my college journey and into teaching. And I did not plan to transition into this type of leadership position, but in my 8th year of teaching, a school administrator said to me, hey, you're so passionate about mentoring, you have a little bit of experience, why don't you create a mentoring program? And why don't you create it for 5 high schools? And I thought, well, okay, imposter syndrome, because I don't know anything. I mean, I'm barely trained as a mentor, right? I'm finding my way and surrounding myself and learning from other people. But that's exactly what I did. I started seeking out others who could help me on that journey. And that was for a charter school organization. And there were 2 other charters in the state of California who had managed to get their programs approved by the state of California, because most of these are very traditional big school programs. And we were the 3rd. And I called those 2 people and said, okay, you're my mentors, help me. And I think that's how I approach leadership, is just always approaching it with curiosity, with an open mind, and learning from everybody else who, you know, also has so much to share and to give.
So I'm going to build on what you said, Donna. I'm the youngest, 3 older brothers. My parents both worked, and my early school experience was discovering just how much image matters to people. And I made a decision. I was 6 years old and said, I'm going to live from joy, not from feeling less than in any way. Not always easy. So, you know, as I've aged, I've realized how important it is to fiercely learn. I'm put myself in places with people I know nothing about and who know way more than I do. And that's actually how I made it, because it wasn't available to me in the traditional sense. I'll never forget in college, I decided to go ahead and rush a sorority. And I got about halfway through the first event, and I realized I had no idea who these creatures were. Seriously, it was so not in my context, because simply to make it through, I'd learned how to learn, and I'd learned how to produce results. And I knew that that's what leadership was about until it wasn't. I had a wonderful 14-year career at Charles Schwab and Company. There are things I learned there in that experience that I use today, and execs will look at me, where did you learn that? Like 35 years ago. So it's not about how much you know. It's not necessarily about the results you produce. It's not about the ability to promote one's image. It's actually a whole lot more about self-acceptance and unconditional self-love. And I think both of those things came for me because I wasn't willing to live a life that wasn't joy-filled. Full stop. So, ladies, let's go to the next question. When you think about what might be influencing, the reason we have gaps in women leadership in every single sector, what do you see as those core gaps? One or two for each of you. And what has your attention drawn to those in particular? We'll get to resources in a second, but let's lay out the problem space.
For me, I'll say it's one of the biggest challenges early on was knowing that I had an interest in being a leader and knowing that I had a female supervisor, but she felt threatened by me because I wanted to move up the ladder. She did not necessarily want to do that, but that was, that was her decision, that this is mine. And instead of encouraging me, helping me, I felt we were in competition. And so a lot of times there is that competition. The other thing is, as women, we have a lot going on, and so there's the workload and the time and all of that we have to do. So sometimes we don't want to take more than we can handle. And so we have to be mindful of that. And also something someone else said earlier about being in the room and being invisible and not being heard and making yourself known while you're at the table, and how do you promote yourself and be able to speak up on your behalf and advocate for yourself. So those were some of the challenges that I faced over my career.
I love Shirley Chisholm's line about if there isn't a chair at the table, bring one.
Yes, absolutely.
I agree.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Betty.
Definitely, there's competition. When I was entering the workforce, I later learned that I was the competition entering the room. Yeah. It didn't all have to do with my appearance. It's just that you are competition. I was hired to start a department, a performance improvement department, and I was hired by a male, and I hadn't even graduated college yet. I was in my senior year of college, and so when I started to develop this department, and people would ask me my credentials, said, well, I mean, I graduate from college in a few months. And it's like, oh, well, you didn't even graduate yet, and I have a master's degree, and I wanted this position, and you have it. How has this happened? And so, I don't know. Maybe you're right. How did that happen, right? I didn't understand what my strengths were. If you're familiar with the DISC assessment, which is something I use in my practice, I didn't take that DISC assessment until like maybe 5-6 years later in my career. And I said, oh, well, I was qualified, but I didn't know that. I didn't know these things. So there's competition, and your strengths aren't apparent to you when you walk in a room, but others see it before you. And they'll because you're the competition, they'll block that.
Right.
Right. So it's and healthcare is a highly competitive field. So is education, the field of education. But what's happening now is there's a huge gap between those who want to enter the field and those who are exiting the field. And we do need to bridge that gap and put that competition aside because there's a bigger cause.
Yeah, there's way more work to be done than we have resource to produce.
Correct.
Thank you for bringing that topic up, which is, I think, really important. And I think it actually goes right into what I was about to talk about, and really dealing with hurt people who are in leadership. I can only start with myself because I know the trauma that I've been through in my own life, that I don't do that to other people in a leadership position, because it could be a leadership in a church, at your job, or wherever it is. But sometimes you can sense that that leader, you've been hurt before. And I can sense that you're taking it out on me. But as we develop as leaders, we see that and we see past that. And we even see the purpose in them and have to sometimes go back and lead them, who are our leaders. It's managing up. And, you know, sometimes it's challenging because this happened to me too. But then I have to set my own personal feelings aside from being attacked or the jealousy that happens towards me. I'm like, why would you be jealous of me? If you knew me and what I went through to get here, you'd be praising God for me. Like, you wouldn't look at me as competition. You would say, oh my God, I can't believe your testimony. Let's try to help you get to the next level.
Right.
It's very difficult, and it is hurtful and it's damaging because we should be helping each other. But, you know, the way I'm trying to look at that, far as someone looking at me as competition, is changing my disposition, because I know it and I can discern it and turn that as an opportunity. For me, I see the vision and I understand the purpose for your life. Don't let that be a barrier for you, for the mission that you have to lead other people. Because it might be that one space that they may be a barrier in their life. They're jealous. They don't know how to handle it, because I know when I started in the clinical research field, I was the only Black woman. I'd never seen anybody that looked like me. Now I'm not the only one in the room. And so when I see other people, I'm happy. But somebody else might not be as happy to see me. Like, it's going to be one of us, because we know there's only one opportunity, and it might be me or you. They got to choose one of us. So you got to be confident in yourself so much in this industry, in this space, and know that what's for you and what your purpose is, can't nobody take away. And that's how I have to try to stand on it, because those barriers can easily come in your face and you don't know how to handle it. But if you remind yourself that this is what it is, but I know what my purpose is, and trying to help other people fulfill their purpose, and you're confident in yourself. I know I was talking to the young lady out there as well, saying, you know, women who are there don't worry about being jealous of somebody who's trying to get there.
Right.
It's the people who are trying and they're struggling in some way, they feel like it. So we just got to help each other. And that's just how I think. I don't know. What do you think, Janie? I don't know if I kind of veered off a little bit.
No, I think that's right on. I think that maybe the gap that you're highlighting is the expectation that young women have as they come into the workforce, that they need to get there fast,
Right.
and that it's always about up.
Up.
I would say, out of my own experience, my success in life has been because I always went sideways. Yes, expanded scope, maybe more budget, yes, a raise, but I was much more interested in, could I see how the system worked? Could I understand how it worked and why it worked the way it did? And that meant everybody was a teacher for me, as opposed to competition, right? The spirit of collaboration, which we've heard a lot about in the 2 days or 2.5 days, wherever we are in this thing. and I think that one of my greatest joys is uplifting younger women in the workforce and helping them to deal with the upset they have when they feel stepped on. How come I got cut off in that meeting? Why did somebody get mad because I put this idea on the table? Why won't they listen to this proposal? It's so wonderful. Several of you heard me tell the story yesterday, and 10 years before I got the project, I'd already told them they should do the project. Like, why did we wait 10 years? But at the time, I didn't have anybody who was helping me learn influence. And influence is about relationships. Oh, that's more important than what's up here in my noggin, right? And so I think managing the expectations of what is the career path, not so much from a politics point of view, but holding on to one's identity and realizing when somebody else is competing with you, that's their insecurity, not yours.
Well, these are all such powerful. It's also such powerful commentary. I'm not sure how to follow it, and it pertains to me. I anchor in my purpose. I've done a lot of sideways and with a little bit of up. I've been cut off in meetings. I'm learning that power of influence. That's something that's still a huge growth area for me, while I'm also turning around and teaching other people how to do it. And I think what I would add to the discussion is the power of having allies. And in particular, the power of having male allies. And I say that, I don't say that easily, because I didn't realize just how transformative having male allies could be until Andrew became my business partner. And we would walk into meetings and people would look at him because they thought he was the CEO. And I would have to correct them, or he would correct them, actually, more of the time, and say, no, she's the one in charge. And I do think that's important to leverage, to be able to grow as women, that yes, we need to empower each other. And there are other people in the room who can help empower us.
In fact, I'd argue that male allies are the key. We can go ahead and shift now to talk a little bit about resources. JP Morgan has a really wonderful program, and they've actually added it to performance evaluation for their male leaders. How are they doing in bringing female leaders up through the ranks? And they have an ongoing podcast internally where they're talking about men as allies. The system itself, no one single man built a system for a woman to be pushed down. That's just the truth. But there is a cultural norm, and we want to go after like prefers to be with like. Okay, what's the basis of like? And I think when men start to realize that the opportunity for them is to have strength underneath them and ultimately to replace themselves, that's the only way they get to do the next thing. So I think sometimes they forget they have a ceiling too. And we would all be far better off in a partnered relationship. And that's really what Men as Allies is all about, to recognize that they're not going to be the smartest person in the room. None of us are. That's really the opportunity to create more equity in leadership. Equity has lots of other implications, but in this particular case, every single human being has everything necessary to lead. And we focus on what's not working as opposed to what is working. So, resources.
So for my resources, sometimes I think of them as my tools, my friends, my support group. But for me, therapy. Every Friday or Thursday, I have a standing appointment, and if I miss it, I don't think you want to talk to me that week. But
You're here for mental health.
Yes,
Good
mental
job.
health. Yeah, and self-care. Got to have my massages and get my nails done. So I'm just like a real practical person, that I have to have those things to help me, reground myself. And then I also have to know my limits. Like, what can I do? When can I do it? And how much of it can I do it? And if I can't, just say no. Instead of just keep piling my plate on, because at some point we're going to crash and burn, and we're no good to anybody if we do that. So.
And that's not gender specific, by the way.
Right. Exactly.
My resource, so I have a board of directors for myself. And within my board of directors, I have a therapist, I have my coach, I have my, my therapist, my coach, my fitness coach, although we're not doing so well there, but, and then my friends, my closest friends who I speak to. So if I'm, too much in my head, and of course my mentor. So those are my personal board of directors. And those are the people that I trust and that I go to who will push me beyond my own limits.
Well, I have a routine every day. And I know my husband will be able to tell you, like, if I don't follow my routine every day, then I'm thrown off. My routine is I have to get up like at 5 o'clock. I have to get up at 5 o'clock. I have to give thanks first, and if I don't give thanks, it's the rest of my day, Then I like to go to the gym and I'll listen to something inspirational. I'll listen to a word. I might listen to something motivational, but I'll go in that gym. He's working out. He's like, babe, did you work out? Because I'm on a treadmill. I'm listening to the word or whatever. That gets me going because I know that I have to go in with my cup full because I know it's going to be some trash or something's going to happen, and I need to be equipped, and I need to start here, not here. If I don't start with my day like that, then I'm starting here. So I got to fill my cup. Now, sometimes I get a little busy, and sometimes my cup just get a little bit short. And I say, babe, I need my cup filled. He'd be like, do whatever you got to do. And I'll go in my mission. I'll just listen to something inspirational. I'll get into the word. I'll just call somebody I know who can, like, pour into me, or I'll go get a massage. Or I tap into a book. I might Google something, a topic. I mean, there's so many different resources available, but it's having that routine so that your cup can stay full. You know that you got to start your day a certain way just so that because you have to anticipate that it's going to be some drama. And maybe it won't be any drama, but you ready for it. So I'm always ready for the smoke, right? I mean, it's just like, okay, you can bring it, but I just know I'm prepared. I got my armor on, so if you're gonna come with it, you just got to make sure you be prepared.
Right.
So that's the resources that I use. That I know there's a power that's higher than me, and I just got to be in tune with that and be ready. I don't take it off or put it on. And I'm not always perfect, in my walk, but I'm trying to walk this walk in without having me so much, So that's what I did.
I have a little bit of a routine too, and I work with a female teacher leader who gave me a stack of cards, and they all have inspirational quotes in them. And at first I thought, okay, I don't know if I can get into this, but they're by my bed, and I pull one every day, and I anchor myself in that quote. And I say, okay, what's today's quote going to be? What's my anchor? What's my focus? And all of them are really powerful. And if I go into the day with that mindset, then my day is much more successful, much more productive, and I just feel more grounded. So that's something that I do, as I said, every day. I also have learned in a very challenging way, the importance of boundaries, and I heard some of the other people speak about that. So I have hard boundaries, and I very rarely step outside of them, and that helps me to anchor into balance. And one of those is I do not work on weekends ever anymore. I used to work 7 days a week all the time. Janet, I think you said like that was the beginning of your career, right?
Yep.
So without that, I don't think I would have the energy to get up and go do what I do. And then the last piece is really learning from all of the mentors around me, because I have this opportunity to be in so many different education spaces with different types of leaders, working with teachers, working with kids, and I learn something from each one of them, and I take that with me.
Okay, so now all of us have talked about what do we do internally to resource ourselves. I'm going to shift the focus on resource to external a little bit. And one of the things about kind of a simple idea, but everything in life is a request and a promise. Everything. And more often than not, we're trained to say yes. Women, generally, right? I'm not sure why we're wired that way, but it's something to do with our biology of receptivity, I think. And unfortunately, if no isn't an acceptable answer, yes has no integrity. And I had some really good male allies that taught me this. Just because I could and I said yes didn't mean that I should. I didn't pause to say, what's on my plate? And it took me a little while to remember that everything is renegotiable. So I went from saying yes to, can I get back to you tomorrow? And sometimes I would say maybe, and I would ask a few more questions. And this goes to the second piece. When I remember that I get to say no in that negotiation, I also want to say, and let me challenge your assumptions. Now, the first few times I did that, that was not well received. And I realized that you get a whole lot more, what's that old saying, you get a whole lot more with sugar than you do with vinegar? Yeah. So I think the adult version of that as a leader is to always find something that I can say yes to in the conversation. right? I'm appreciating this idea, and my question is, it's an old improv technique, actually, and lots of coaches use it too, that you say yes first, which essentially says to the other person, I saw you, I heard you. My yes doesn't mean agree. It simply acknowledges.
Right.
And now I've opened up the space, you're available for me to say something else, maybe provocative, which is about bringing our voice and our ideas and our creativity to the table. And I think this is the place to uplift women that are colleagues, women that are coming up the ranks, maybe even in community work, to bring their ideas to the table. And we must challenge them to stop staying silent.
Right.
We need everybody's voices. So, external resourcing, what would you say about that?
I think somebody said it earlier. For me, it's my sisterhood, my family, my coworkers. I have a couple of coworkers that are like, I can go to them, good or bad. I'm like, okay, y'all, what did I do wrong today? Why are people not listening to me? Am I not communicating effectively? What am I missing? And they'll reground me and say, this is what's happening. And they'll say, okay, it's okay. Just stop, take a break, and rethink it. And so I have that sounding board to be able to say, it's okay if something goes wrong, or wait later, or you can say no, it's all right. So for me, that's what it is.
Great.
I just want to go back to the point of how we are programmed as women to say yes. And this is part of the reason why we are somewhat responsible for the wage gap.
Yeah.
We don't negotiate when a salary is being offered to us. We just say yes. And I'm not generalizing, not all women are doing that, but if you look at the statistics, the majority of us are. And in comparison to our counterparts. And part of that is we need to speak up more and demand more, right? So my resources, back to your question, I mentioned my board of directors, folks I trust, and they're not all women. My very first mentor was a man. I found him on LinkedIn. Great resource, by the way. And he taught me that everything is not personal. Sometimes we just have a business decision to make, and that's all it is. And we're emotional beings, so it took me a while to understand that. Everything is not personal.
Yeah.
We just have a decision to make, and that's it. And so, yeah, I carry that with me to this day. And you also mentioned that about men being our allies. And, this is true. It can't be the mentality, so to speak, of us against them.
Right.
They are our partners, and they can be our allies if we allow them to be.
That's right.
And such is true. My husband is a great ally as well, so just want to mention.
Well, and we're making an assumption they know how to do that. Right? And who trained them?
It's part of speaking up. And
Exactly.
telling them what we need and what that looks like.
You bet. Partnering.
Yes.
You know what? I mean, a lot of what you said was what I was always thinking. Like, my husband is like my sounding board, because I know he's going to always tell me the truth. In decision making, even though I know that I'm an emotional person and I can feel, but I do take things from a practical perspective and think about what the facts are. I'm in a scientific field, and it's not based on emotions. You have to make your decisions based off of the metrics. You got to quantify. You got to have, you have to make decisions that way. So, you have to be in a position to say, okay, here, what are the facts, and make those decisions. And, I know that certain people I can't go to because they're going to give me an emotional perspective. I know that, but sometimes I have to go to someone I know, and it's usually my husband who will tell me the truth, whether I want to hear it or not. And, he tells me from a male perspective, what I should do. And I'm like, gosh, I don't know, if I can do that. But it's worked every time. I'm like, God, I got to say it's right, So, but it's helpful because he's the epitome of masculinity and I'm the opposite. So, but I think it works. And I think that's what the benefit is in understanding that it's not just us. We do need to have allies that are males and get their input. So. Thank you.
And for me, well, education is emotional and it's data driven. So when I'm in those leadership spaces, and quite often I'm leading school leaders or people who are leading departments, I really try to ensure that all voices are heard. So that's just a facilitative technique that I use. It also has caused me a lot of anxiety here speaking and not involving the audience as much, just to be completely transparent. But I think it's a really important skill. And that way that there might be that reluctant person, right, who is not going to speak up and saying, well, what might your thoughts be, without calling them out, without making them feel uncomfortable. So that's a strategy that's worked really well. Another one is when I was trying to scale my company, I hired a coach. And she is amazing. And she's a rock star out of New York City. And I thought, I can't afford this. I don't know why I'm doing this. But she helped me get certified in certain ways. Like I'm a woman-owned business because of her. She helped me with the government certifications for working with schools and organizations. And she continues to this day, like now it's 3 or 4 or 5 years later, being a major part of my life and being that inspirational confidant. So that's something else. If you can find a coach, go do it. It's so worth it. And a lot of the time, as I said before, all of those mentors and coaches are around us and they don't cost anything. But the ones who do are also very impactful.
Yeah, when you're ready to invite change in your life, that's a full sentence and a call to action. And that's what coaching is all about. That is the labor of my life. And actually, it came out of the power imbalance in my work at financial services. I mean, amazing to me, the level of arrogance. And the only way to level the playing field was to adopt a stance of listening to learn and asking questions that I couldn't possibly know the answer to. I had to let go of having an agenda to influence out of the partnership that gets developed. And these are foundational principles in coaching that help people invite the change into their lives that makes the difference, that sustains in all ways. All right, Donna, we need to let them ask questions. Thank you for the reminder. Anybody got a question or a comment? She beat you to it, sorry. You go, Chris.
So this is one of the challenging things that I wrestle with as a male administrator in a girl-centered boarding school. Before I found girl-centered boarding schools, I was always the energetic dude that was always great for the young men and gave them a gentleman kind of experience. And then I was like, I'm not doing enough. So I went to girl-centered boarding school institutions and I wrestle with my voice as we're trying to dismantle the patriarchy isn't always welcome. And so I had to find ways to actually step back and empower our young humans and empower my colleagues. And oftentimes my second in command, who is a woman, I let her lead conversations when it came to special education in the independent school world. A, because she's more technically trained than I was, and B, because it's important that her voice was elevated. So I just really appreciate this conversation as a male working to support this.
Thank you for your point of view. You bet.
You chose to be effective.
Yes.
Yes.
And that can override anything. Like the mission is, who cares? Like when you have a mission and you're passionate about something, you don't care who's seen, long as it gets done. So that's when you have to choose being effective over anything personal.
Yeah, we transcend the identity factors that separate, and the mission or the purpose becomes the unifying theme. Mm-hmm. It's beautiful.
I think you also speak to the fact that the patriarchy affects men as well, and that's where I think a lot of my allyship happened in corporate America. My question is to the women, all women. So you talked about entering a new team, entering a new company, and coaching people that are now entering new organizations. So that competition is there. And sometimes I know that with my women clients, they're shocked that other women are undercutting them. And yet I had that in my own career. And I'm just curious, what is your superpower? How do you handle that, it can be snarky, sneaky, all that. So I want to hear some resource here. How did you handle it?
Well, I'll answer that one. Do you mean after or during?
Yes.
Well, that day, my first day, when I didn't have any coaches or mentors or any support, how I handled it was, well, I'm just going to keep speaking. I'm just going to keep saying something, and someone would ask a question. And I mean, I was in the room with, just to help understand, it's a major hospital in New York City, and these chief of staff of every department you can ever think of, and this is my first day at work, and I sat at the table, and and they're asking questions, and I answered it, and then I didn't hear any responses, and someone else said something, the exact same thing, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. And, and so I started to feel invisible, but I'm like, no, maybe it's not me. So I was in disbelief the whole time. But the person who hired me, he was there, and he just kept nodding. It's okay, it's okay. So after I had some help, now how I handle it is I remain calm. Because I'm in control of my own emotions. I understand that already. I'm also in control of how I feel. And when I know that I have the power of how I feel, then I'm able to respond a lot more effectively and more subtly. So if you talked over me, okay, let me just interject. What I was saying before was, in case anyone didn't hear me, is that's how I handle it.
And you don't have to, and I love how you handle, this is my girl. How you handle things, because when you're confident and secure in yourself, you don't have to play those games back and forth with someone. You let them play. That's like when someone compete, you compete against yourself.
Yeah.
You can't compete with me because I'm going to be my authentic self and who I am. So you could play those games if you want to, but you didn't pick the wrong one to do that with, because you're not going to get that entertainment from me.
They call this frenemies. There's a word for it now. And I often will counsel clients to do the ABCs. When you notice and become aware that somebody is insecure enough that they are either stepping on you or contradicting you or interrupting you, whatever it might be, take a moment and breathe. To let go of the emotional hijack. And then get curious. Let me ask you, where were you when I said that just a moment ago? What was it in the way that I gave that idea in response to John's point that you're disagreeing with now? To stay curious and stay in the dialogue. Not emotional, balanced, grounded, relevant, practical.
Right. And for me, I will take a step back. I try to do that. It's hard. But I will just wait. I'll listen. The next time, I'll act. I won't necessarily speak. I'll just show. Like if there's an assignment attached to whatever, then I'll just show, this is what I can do with what we were talking about. And you can just see my actions, and I'll just go on to the next thing.
Yeah. The Aikido move, just turn your shoulder and let it go by. Well, we are at the end of our time, although I saw your hand. Do you want to say something?
Sure. I'll make it quick. I realize we're trying to get I just wanted to acknowledge it and say that I appreciate the conversation that everybody's had on the panel. Also, with the acknowledgement of how at times women can sometimes move in emotion. And I understand for myself personally, the way that I like to tackle different problems and situations is to play the long game and not move in emotion in the moment. And I was just wondering if there was a way that myself and other men will be able to be more supportive and understanding when it is time for a CEO or someone else in a higher position to be able to make a decision and to give them that grounding that they need to make the decision better.
I will address that. I'll say for me to just start off by listening and not want to issue an automatic answer right away. Just let us say what we need to say from beginning to end. And then at that point, if we say, okay, now what do you think about it? Do you have an answer? Then provide that. Don't like cut us off halfway through and then try to give us an answer. Let us vent first and get it all off of us. And I think we'll be good.
And then I will add to that a coaching technique, which is after you've listened, ask some questions. And did I hear you correctly when you said, if I'm understanding you, like paraphrase back, ask some curious questions as well? That's really helpful for me.
Yeah.
And what I rely on from our COO is he'll say, so what's the implication you're concerned about with X strategy that we are underway with? He'll open the context for me with the question, so it's not just in the immediacy of the emotion. And it helps my parasympathetic system relax and realize, hang on, we're playing the long game.
Right.
I think also sharing maybe some skills that you have that have worked is helpful, because for me, you know, some directors, they recognize that I had a talent in negotiating that I didn't know that I had. And he decided, listen, just meet me in my office for 15 minutes every day. I want to talk to you about something. Put it on your calendar. So he approached me because he saw that I had a talent, a skill that needed to be developed and that could help me for the long run. And 15 minutes, I showed up and I did nothing but write down notes. I took all the books he advised me to write. I did that. I mean, to read. I did that. I was coachable. And I applied everything. And then other departments would ask me to partake in some projects, and I didn't know where they were coming from. So not only did he teach me the skill, but he sent the people my way so that I can apply it. And so the opportunities came to me. So I think that's also helpful. If you see someone has that skill, just mention that to them and offer it.
I think this last piece you just said, Betty, is so important for all of us in leadership roles. We have a responsibility to identify opportunities.
Right.
Always, every day, every moment. Is this mine to do? Is the question I tell my leaders to ask themselves when something comes over the phone or into the email. If it's not mine to do, whose could it be to do? Who's ready for it? Who is the next batter up for that particular kind of activity? Because my greatest gift to the organization is uplifting everybody else that's there. Yeah. All right, guys, you need a break. We're back in bowl at noon, so go find your beverage and see you then. Thank you, ladies. It's been an absolute joy to work with all of you this week. Thank you so much.
Thank
Yep,
you.
thank you.
Excellent moderator.
Welcome back. I would like to introduce our next fireside chat. Please come on up, wonderful women. Come on up, everybody. Give them a round of applause. See, I told you. Please welcome these wonderful, wonderful ladies to the stage as they're going to talk to us. Miss Kimberly Green, come on up. We are missing. Just come on up. Everybody get situated.
You can come here. Oh, yeah, come right
Mitchell. As we discuss promoting practices for physical and mental
I'm going on the other side of you so we can be in the middle.
Come on over.
Is there? All right. Thank you. All right. Hi, my name is Kimberly Green, and I am the founder and CEO of Golden Crest Executive Consulting. And I also work with public charter schools, and right now I'm working with KIPP, North Carolina, which is the largest charter public school in North Carolina. So education and health is my passion, and today we're going to be speaking more about mental and physical health and well-being. And my beautiful colleague, Juhi, I like to call her Juhi, but I'm going to let her give you her government name, and she's going to introduce herself, and we're going to talk this out today.
Yes, thank you so much, Kimberly. My name is Jawahar Alvi. It's a little hard to pronounce, so my mom used to call me Juhi, and that's what I went with. So my government name is Jawahar. It means jewels, and what my hairdresser calls me Jules. So it's easier for her to pronounce. I am a doctorate level board certified behavior analyst and a clinical psychologist. I am the CEO and founder of BASES and Hours, which is Once Upon Rehabilitation Services. I love my names because BASES stands for Behavior and Special Educational Services, and Hours stands for Once Upon Rehabilitation Services. And I have a story to tell, which is born and raised by a single mother in Pakistan. I was married off at 19, and I came to the States with my ex-husband. I was here, and I never intended to work. I only was supposed to be a mom. But then, you know, I started working in a daycare where I took care of some little kids. And when those little kids used to come in, you know, I wanted to nurture them. And those kids, they were coming in with these special needs, and there were early intervention services being provided to them. And that's where I was like, ooh, this is what I want to do. I want to work with them. I want to heal them. You know, I just want to be just with them all the time. And that's where I went back to school. And I took admission in the Master of Early Childhood Education. But then the first class I took was in special education, and I just fell in love with it. And, you know, Oprah talked about, there was a book, The Seat of the Soul, and she talks about when something aligns with your soul. You know, that's what aligned with my soul, and I never looked back. So you can see that I have so much passion for special education. So I started working in the field. I worked as a special educator for almost 8 years in a public school with proviso area for exceptional needs. And then after that, I was hit 3 times where I had surgery on my hand. I had 2 concussions. I'm still in the field and I'm rocking it. You know, I never looked back. I love what I do. And I just went back to school and I took admission to be a board certified behavior analyst because I thought I can, you know, I wasn't getting, I'm just loving this conference because everything that you guys spoke, it just sinks into what I have gone through because I didn't have the resources to get that behavioral training to work with the kids as a, you know, as a school teacher. I was a learning behavioral specialist, But hey, guys, I was a learning behavioral specialist. I wasn't a behavior specialist. So I was getting hit, I was getting beat down, but I didn't know, how to deal with those behaviors. So I went back to school and I got board certification to become a behavior analyst. And that's where I learned how to deal with behaviors. And then I worked in the field. So from 2001 to 2014, I was, trying it on my own. And then I became a BCBA. And then after that, I just thought I need to give back to the community. So I started working remotely in Pakistan, in UAE. Some of my family was over there. My father wanted me, who tried to reunite with me after years, wanted me to build something up in Dubai. So I went over there. I built a clinical setting by the name of Rife USA. Again, I was a woman of color over there. I wasn't an Emirati. I was a woman of color, and I was a woman, in Dubai. So building a clinical setting there wasn't easy. Hearing your stories was so inspirational, just women. And women of color, not only here in Dubai, I had to face the same challenges, and building up a clinical setting was hard, even though I had an American passport, but coming from Pakistan is a stigma. So I had to build up a clinical setting over there, and then don't talk about my mental health. Going through all of that, I had to deal with my mental health, my physical health, but I did it, and I was actually nominated for the Sheikh Mahmoud Award for a disability-friendly clinic, but I did it. We had 75 children by the time I left. We were a brand, and we actually moved over to the Kingdom of Bahrain, so we have 2 clinical settings in Dubai and Bahrain, not owned by Meme now, but, we have partners over there. And then I started in Pakistan, and we have 7 clinical settings over there, and we're disseminating over there. But, now that I've gone through all this, I want to bring it back to the table and just think about the mental and the physical health of teachers, of professionals, of, behavior analysts, of psychologists, Where are we? I heard that there are boarding schools, of those people, of all these roles, like, of the women that are out there, of the men that are out there in the field, we all go through something that is called as compassionate fatigue, burnout, secondary trauma, and how do we deal with all of this? So this is what I bring to the table over here. And I want to just, share all my experiences with you. That's about it.
Well, you bring a lot of experience to the table. Can y'all hear me? Is this thing on? Well, I think you bring a lot of experience, and getting to know Juhi, and knowing that, one, she's based out of Chicago, Illinois. Hey, Chi-Town. We got Chi-Town in the house. And little known fact is Chicago has one of the largest autism research institute in the nation. I am a huge advocate of autism, ASD spectrum disorders, because I experienced it in my own lifetime, in my own family. And to teach in classrooms and special education, and to understand what these teachers go through each and every day. That compassion burnout. Family members who were teachers in my family. I'm older now, but hindsight is always 20/20. I couldn't understand that by the time they got home after school, there was no energy left. And it wasn't until I was in the classrooms and my class size gets bigger, and when you're doing high school, you may have 4 periods or 3 periods, but I have 4 periods and about 40 kids in each class, so I had 160 kids, 160 exams to grade. No teacher, aide, no extra resources, Now I'm sitting on the board of a school system, and I get to advocate for what I know is in those classrooms and for those teachers. And I work with an incredible team of people. And the KIP Foundation is an incredible organization. And it's all about what do these teachers need. It's not just compassion burnout. In addition to compassion burnout, if you have your own children, and most of you do, no matter what age, and let's talk about COVID. Let's think about the COVID situation. For those parents, you're at home with your child, and you had to be teacher all day long, just to your own, 1, 2, 3, or however. Magnify that 6 to 8 hours a day, and that's just classroom work, 60 some odd kids, in addition to dealing with the parents and having little to no resources. That's more than burnout. North Carolina just published statistics for teacher attrition. The nation just published statistics for teacher attrition. It is above 50%. That's scary. The burnout is real. Mental health is not just needed for our students, it's needed for our teachers. And we have to provide those resources. Now, when I speak of the healthcare side, being patient advocate, learning processes and operations, because I used to put together provider networks and medical networks and hospital networks and help them manage that. So you had to know the operations. And you had to know the data to understand the operations. And when you're working with clinicians, that's another set of burnout. And that's why I think teachers should be considered first responders too. So one of the things that I'm hoping we have a really great discussion about today, because we've got some awesome educators and healthcare professionals in this room, and we want to hear your ideas and strategies of what we could probably use as best practice or shared practice. And how do we improve mental and physical well-being for our healthcare resources as well as our educational resources? And how do you do it? Because these two roles, they're stuck in one room or one area of their organization. Maybe you're an ER doctor, maybe you're a nurse or whatever, but you're on 10, 12 hours a day. Same thing with a teacher. You're in one classroom and you're on 6, 8 hours a day. So add special education on top of that. And as Juhi was mentioning, now you're adding behavior in addition to your regular job. So for example, you shared a wonderful story about your culture and the diversity that that brings. And then the other adversity that you had in your life, and you were still able to just create what you did and keep going, keep going. One of the questions I want to ask you is, you're going, going, going. You're jumping over hurdles. You're jumping over hurdles, and you're going, going, going. What have you done to put mental and physical well-being in place for yourself and all your employees?
Right. That's a really good question. And actually, I was going to go back to that topic. For me, so when I was reading about compassionate fatigue and burnout, what it said is that once you start having that compassionate fatigue, which is like, suppose if I'm talking to a parent and, you know, she's talking about all the difficulties that she has at home, and then she has to deal with the child and the homework and all that stuff. And then when I go into another situation or I'm at home, you know, and an event happens, it takes me back to that mom, because now I cannot separate my professional life and my personal life because of what I'm going through. So that's called as compassionate fatigue. So in that situation, you know, what I started to realize was it was changing my personality. And this happened to me, actually. It was changing my personality because I was starting to lose my personal self, and I was going more towards that professional, and I was just reliving everything again over. And this is not only for me as I'm called an allied health worker, so, not only for me, but also for teachers and for other people that I work with. So what I started to do is I started to see a therapist and I started to go for counseling. I'm a big believer of God, and I pray 5 times a day. So I get up in the morning, like you said, you give thanks in the morning. I get up at 5 and I pray. And then I do my prayers 5 times a day. Recently with, and unfortunately we do all have to face discrimination, and with, different wars and things going on, it's become a little difficult, like I used to pray in my car. I can't anymore because, people have told me you have to be careful because there are all kinds of, violent crimes happening, especially in Chicago. We've had one. So I have to find me some place where I can pray peacefully. But I pray 5 times a day. That's one of my coping mechanisms. The second thing that I do is I have a counselor and a mentor. And as I was mentioning, Dr. Nasia, she's one of my mentors, so I always talk to her and I take my things back to her. And I have a spiritual mentor too, because you need that, right? So I talk to my spiritual mentor and he guides me, and then I have my other, professional mentor, I talk to him, and I also have a counselor. Now, looking at my example, and I've also gone through a lot personally in my life. I'm a single mom. I'm raising my daughter. My son is with my ex-husband because, that's his protege. But I raised my daughter, who's my pride, and she's going to graduate from college, so I'm really excited about that. So that, I have all those responsibilities too. Therefore, I do see a counselor on a regular basis. But then, I like to look good too. I get my nails done, I get my hair done, I want to look good. So I take care of myself. And the same I try to do with all of my therapists and all of the people that I lead, because I want to make sure they're okay to serve the exceptional lives. So I have a mentor and a psychologist on board for all of my people back home in Pakistan. They can go, they can talk to the psychologist, they have regular visitations, like they can go and talk it out. And then I used to be a mother hen, mother goose for them. They would come to me and dump all their problems on me, but then that started taking a toll on me. So then what I realized is, I'm a human. So what I did is I got a counselor for them. But till now, the old ones that used to come to me, and it's shocking to see all these girls in Pakistan who are coming from, homes that they're going through domestic abuse and all that stuff, and they come to me and they talk to me, and they're single mothers. I've always, told them, it's okay, you'll be fine, and they're fine. Believe me, they're fine. They're educated and they're fine, and they're taking care of their kids by themselves. So, I did that, but now I have counselors for them. So I have counselors in all of my clinics. Parents and therapists can go to them for counseling. Same here, we also have a gym with a treadmill. All therapists and all staff can go over there now to do that. I'm slacking down a little bit, but I'll start back. But we all we all have to do that. We have to take care of our physical health and our mental health, and I think that's really important.
Thank you for that.
Mhm.
And you were sharing how self-care
It's
is a
very
way
important.
of practicing self-love. And I know for certain communities in our country here, and specifically the Black community, mental health has always been a stigma. And
It's a stigma for us too.
yeah, you know what? I want us to share that. So as far as Black Americans here in our country, we've got a long history. A lot of people know our history, and we could talk about it, and we go all the way back from the Atlantic slave ships on over, and we can keep saying 204 years and yada, yada, yada. And we can talk about all kinds of those things that history and society has shaped. But who we are now and what we have available, we still have choices, and our communities still struggle with the choice, and maybe through lack of knowledge, or maybe they're still superstitious or taboo. But the first time I went to a therapist, And I just thought we were just going to sit down and talk about the weather because I possibly don't have anything wrong with me.
Right.
7 years later, like they say on SpongeBob, I am still working with a therapist. And it's been the best thing since duct tape. And I have been working with friends and family, and they've seen so much change in me and the way I do things, and change the way I show up at work, change the way I show up in the organizations that I partner and work with. And I want African Americans to know, and I should say Caribbean Americans and all other people of color, there is something to be said. And you can't keep using your girlfriends. They're not your therapists. They're not licensed. They're not professionals. Stop.
That's true.
Stop. They are not clinically trained to help you discover yourself or uncover your blind spots. And the more education and understanding and being able to put it into the schools and offering it as resources for our teachers and our students, I just think it's the beginning to so much healing.
Right.
Tell us, being from Pakistan, being from way over there, first of all, since they stopped putting geography and stuff like that in our schools, much to our chagrin, help us understand, and for all our live audience, where is Pakistan? Tell us a little bit Pakistan, tell us a little bit about your culture, and why is it a stigma with your culture as well?
Girl, don't even get me started.
See, she said girl. Look at that. See, we women, I don't care what country we're from. When we say girl, ain't that universal? Girl, tell.
All right. Well, Pakistan is Southeast Asia. It is right by India, so it's a small, portion. We split off in 1947. And in Pakistan, let me start here. The first time I went for counseling, we were married 22 years, me and my ex-husband. It was an arranged marriage, and the first time I went to counseling, we were still married. And he said, then there's nothing wrong with you. What's wrong with you? Why are you going for counseling? And I went to see my counselor, and when I sat with my counselor, oh, he was so good. He listened to my story, 2 sessions. He said, there's nothing wrong with you. You've just had enough with your husband. Girl, you need to move on. I loved him. Okay.
Yes.
So therapy was, if you go for therapy, there's nothing wrong with you. You're fine. Just walk it off. That's what used to happen. But now, with the passage of time, and I want to tell you one thing. We're the worst patients. Clinical psychologists are the worst patients. My therapist pulls her hair out with me. I never keep my appointments.
Because you're so busy.
No, and I keep on telling her, I'll do this, I'll be fine. She's like, you got to come to me and then you'll be fine. So yeah, I love her. She's such a great person and so forgiving.
She holds you accountable. That's what that is.
She's amazing. She reschedules me all the time, but I love her. It used to be harder, but even other places like if you go to the suburbs and outskirts. I'm from Islamabad, so I'm the capital city, so it's a little bit more tolerable over there. But the outskirts, therapy is not that well taken because it feels like a stigma. Ladki pagal ho gayi hai. That's what they say in Urdu. She's gone crazy. She doesn't need to go to just take her to the Maulvi, who's the spirit, like a priest, and he'll just do some
exercise
prayers.
Exercise.
She'll be okay.
Same thing with
Go pray,
with the
you'll
black
be
church.
fine,
Just pray it out of you, girl. Pray it out.
Yeah, but it's getting better. It's getting better. I think we're changing. I'm changing a lot of things over there, too. So I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, and I think a lot of us, if you're working for a company that has benefits and they have EAP, a lot of times we don't look into all the different things that come with our benefits. Even your 2 or 3 sessions that's supposed to be free, it's a way of trying it. And I think that's one way that we can bring it to our organizational staff members and all the leadership and everybody that makes up an organization, is to make them aware. One thing I would have to say is when I worked with CVS Health, huge, huge health company, they were really big on sending us emails like, you know you got EAP. And you know, at first you'd be thinking, what you trying to say, I'm crazy? No, but what they were saying is because, you know, I'm in data analytics and stuff, they have enough data to know how many of their employees are using what parts of their benefits and what benefits are being most used and least used. And basically what they were saying is you're leaving money on the table. This is free money and free resources. So again, it comes to awareness and it comes to education. And there are some educators in this room, and I like to know from an audience perspective, that means we got to cue the mic. I like to know from an audience perspective, what do you offer?
Okay.
What do you offer in your organizations to promote mental and physical well-being?
There you go. For my clients, I refer them to therapists. If I'm not a licensed clinical social worker or therapist at all, but there are some traits sometimes that I notice, and I won't take on that client necessarily. I would refer them to therapy, because when you're coaching and your client is in therapy, it really complements, it complements their progress. For instance, I asked a therapist, how does someone who is codependent, for instance, how does that show up in their work? And she gave me an example in their work. It's, I can do it by myself. No, I don't need help. And they'll take on more projects. No, it's okay, I got it. And that can be detrimental to someone's career. So I have a list of therapists, depending on the area, that I would refer our clients to, and I recommend it. And if I really feel that that client needs therapy, because sometimes clients will take the coaching as therapy, but that's not therapy, it's coaching. And I make that very clear. I'll refer them to the therapy, and then maybe later down the line we can continue on the path of coaching.
Thank you for sharing that.
So I work at a mental health nonprofit affiliated Sante group. We're the largest crisis provider in the state of Maryland. And some things that we are doing, like we have the Calm app, so we have that service where it has a multitude of different things that our employees can access in terms of, even if it's just suggestions, they'll tell you, you spend this amount of hours on work time. You spend this amount of hours in meetings, or it'll give suggestions. You could take these 3-minute meditation sequences. It'll give suggestions. So we definitely have that service for all of the employees. Some things that we're trying to do culturally is we're going to implement the use of a wellness room. So setting aside that we cannot control the amount of work that comes our way sometimes. It just kind of is what it is. But what we can do is try to decrease the burnout amongst the staff. So giving them a dedicated space that they can just kind of go in and know that without consequence, they can take a 15-minute period, whether it's reading a book of their choice, listening to meditation music, reading a magazine, or just getting some quiet time where they don't have to worry about somebody interrupting that to give them something else, one more thing on their plate, a safe space for that. That's something else that we've been trying to do, and really just kind of implementing the fact that we have all these licensed practitioners. We're a mental health organization, and letting people know open door policy, that you can come in, you can talk to us, and realizing and letting them know that we recognize that support is a part of supervision.
I like that. We got a question over here, and that could be the last question because I think we're getting close to time.
Yeah.
But that's a good idea that you mentioned there, because learning Juhi's story and working here at HEAL Conference with people globally, a room like that can be offered for someone who, in their religious practice, they need somewhere to go and pray 5 times a day and do the thing. Good idea. Because if we just ask the question of our employees, what do you need? Maybe Juhi or someone like Juhi would be like, I just need a room to go pray.
Yeah, hi everyone. I just wanted to have some quick insight into this. So for my organization, Palestinian Public Health, this is something that a lot of Palestinian students, colleagues, community members have consistently on a daily basis as Palestinians we suffer from, is that even if you seek professional help from a therapist, most likely that therapist is not going to understand your struggles as a Palestinian. Mm-hmm. They're not going to understand when you tell them that your people have been suffering from oppression and occupation for over 70 years. And of course, this is a generalization. Maybe you're lucky enough to find someone from the same background or someone who, you know, is educated and knows about this, but it makes so much more of a difference when you have a Palestinian therapist who can validate, even if she doesn't know what to say, she can say, I see you, and your struggle is valid, and you exist. Right. That in itself has been a struggle for me since I was middle school, elementary school. Right. So when I founded Palestinian Public Health, mental health was such a priority, and we did the first ever like Palestinian healing circle, and of course I stepped into it as an organizer, and I did it just for students who looked like me to have the space. But the therapist, they were both Palestinian, and their like organization was run by Palestinians. She was like, step out of your organizer role, this is for you as well. Right. And it was my first time in my life that somebody said, yeah, like this is valid. What you experience in the classroom when you have to advocate for the fact that Palestinian health matters, that is valid. Mm-hmm. The fact that I didn't realize that having to tell people about our struggles in a classroom setting was a lot on one person, mm-hmm. like that made such a difference. So I hope that we can work towards a future where everybody is seen and, you know, those resources are there, because it makes a big difference.
And they need to be validated. Because my first therapist said, you know, yeah, you've had enough. But now my second therapist understands and she validates everything, you know, and that cultural competencies are very important. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That's very, very insightful. One more. Did you have a question? Or no, you were clapping. Okay, see, cue the clap. I like that. Cue the clap.
You know you did a good job, so say you did a good job. You know you did a good job, so say you did a good job. You did a good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Awesome. Thank you, ladies.
I would like mine in Spanish. Muy bien.
Muy bien. You can welcome to stay on stage because you're continuing with the fireside chat. Yeah. Real quick, we want to offer a really quick presentation, a recognition award for one of our participants who will be leaving, one of our family members really, who will be leaving early. So if you can join me in celebrating. Join me in celebrating Hiba. Please welcome her to the stage for receiving the Influential Leadership Award in Healthcare, honoring your outstanding dedication towards healthcare and leading others. Photographers here. Autumn, can you take some pictures? Or see the photographers right outside? Yeah. You can come closer.
Hi, assalamu alaikum everyone, or hello. This is such an honor. I'm so grateful to receive this Influential Leadership Award. When I think about what this award means, I don't just think about myself, I think about my people, I think about my family. So this award is really dedicated to the people of Palestine. I'm sure everybody's aware, for over 8 months, the people of Gaza have been facing indiscriminate bombing, but it hasn't just been over the 8 months. We've been suffering from occupation and oppression for over 70 years. And when I founded Palestinian Public Health, it was in an effort to make everybody, not just on my campus, nationally, but globally, understand that Palestinians are human beings worth of accessible healthcare. worth of the right to live in safety with safe housing. So when I think about the influence that I hope to leave in this life is one where every child, woman, and man has access to a safe life socially, physically, and mentally. So it's not just accessible healthcare in the sense a provider that is culturally competent and understands your struggles, and a hospital, which are such crucial needs, not just for the Palestinian people, but for our local communities, from Sacramento to the Bay Area to Las Vegas to Palestine to Sudan to Congo, but also the right to the claim to your identity. That impacts your health. The right to the claim to your land, the right to the claim to your olive trees, the right to the claim to your housing, food. All of those are areas that I have dedicated a lot of my time to working in diverse setting with diverse groups of people because our struggles are intersectional. I've worked with an amazing Black nonprofit. I've worked with people across different professions, from the legal field to the healthcare field, on medical legal partnerships, on housing, trying to tackle the housing inequities across our nation, because housing is health, and if you don't have the claim to your land and the claim to your home, you can never be healthy. So I hope that if you remember anything from my time here at the conference, that you remember that hopefully we can all work together, no matter what sector you're in. There is room to work towards a healthier future for all that is not just centered around health equity, but health justice. So the systemic barriers that you face need to be dismantled. Your race, your identity, where you come from matters. So my name is Hibal Khatib, and I'm a Palestinian Muslim American and the daughter of immigrants. I'm the founder of Palestinian Public Health in an effort to promote global equity and accessible healthcare for all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for celebrating Hiba and accommodating this little opportunity to celebrate her prior to her flight. We will continue with a fireside chat before going to lunch. Our fireside chat, Kim said no. And maybe we call it something different. And Kim is expressing a need. Anyone in mental health can help us determine what the need is in this moment? Where's Crystal? I think she needs to revisit our topic of Friday. Yeah. Kim needs some rest. So we have. Where's that? Shirley, you got us. We do have the opportunity. Listen to my words. The opportunity to engage in conversation around addressing mental health challenges for youth, strategies for support and intervention, and ways of being and knowing that are sound for self-soothing, whatever is needed to not only equip educators, teachers, families, parents, and every adult who will interact with children. As many adults are already still in a wounded space, they may feel very triggered by a young person who is having an expression of an unmet need, whether it's a need for power, for freedom, for fun, or for choice. It may be a need for safety and security. So this conversation opportunity, we welcome those available to have the conversation: Heather Fonstock, Vernessa S. Scurry, and Kimberly Green. Welcome to the stage.
Oh Lord, I just sat because my name's here. Okay. I showered. No, I was gonna bring that over.
Names, you know.
Yeah. You want? You can switch.
I'm gonna blame that on you, girl.
Yeah.
Okay, come on. All right.
promise you we have not been drinking, only coffee.
Lots of it. We didn't say what was in the coffee. No.
I do have an Irish background.
Oh, you do? Look at that. Yeah.
So I think this fireside chat actually extends. This is kind of the ongoing theme for the last few days. I mean, that's kind of why we're all here. So I think this is just an opportunity and extension to continue the conversation, which obviously is what needs to happen. And I'm excited to be up here with you guys. I've learned a lot, and even just in conversation when we're standing out, we felt like we were having this chat out in the common area out there a minute ago. So I guess I'm just going to start with a few questions. I'll start with Vanessa. One of the things that we kind of talked about was, are there different strategies that you think work best for different subsets of youth? Because, we have already said that they're all different. So are there different strategies that we need to take?
And that's a really great question. Thank you for that. It's really important to understand. So first, I want to give just a little bit about my background to give some context. The nonprofit that I represent, we service all the way from 5 years old, all the way through the lifespan, to the end of the lifespan, whatever that might look like, through our seniors program. And really, it's all about a different perspective. Keeping in mind that youth suicides have gone up dramatically just in the past 4 years alone, and keeping that in mind in terms of not just remediation, but prevention as well. Really understand that we need to meet them where they are, whether they're 5, 55, or 105. And so that important thing is really kind of having a toolkit to understand and be able to pull different tools, realizing, okay, depending on how you're presenting, where you are, what you're facing, what your individual challenges are, being able to, whether it's using a call center, whether it's using a community-based service, going inside of the home, whether it's a school-based service, which we do as well through our affiliate organizations. It's not so much totally based on age, because some of them, even though their biological age could be 60, mentally they might be 15. And so that's really important, one of those variables to keep in mind, that we want to meet them where they are, but a proper assessment is the most important piece. So.
And I like how you utilize the word toolbox. I'm Heather Fonstock, and I have a Waterview, which is a nonprofit private school for grades 6 through 12. And for learning differences, we even use that. I use that strategy of toolbox. Each kid needs their own toolbox on what learning looks like for them, because no two people learn the same. Even in this room today, we were taught the same way a lot of times, but we didn't learn it the same way. And some of us are still waiting to catch up. I'm still learning. And I think it's important the toolbox needs to expand beyond just the mental health, because for youth, the academic is a trigger for their mental health. So sometimes giving them those toolboxes are also very beneficial.
Well, I think everything we've talked about in the last 2 to 3 days is kind of a culmination of coming together here. And for me, I love the story that Lexus shared. Thank you for sharing that, Lexus, about being considered slow in math. Well, for me, I just had different ways of processing it. And I was put in remedial math till the 6th grade. What made me passionate about teachers is because I got to a teacher in the 7th grade that says, you understand math. And one of the things I loved was stories and words in English, and she will always put math in a story. And fast forward, I end up being an engineer working with NASA by the time I was 19. So, yeah. I worked at Sunstrand Hamilton, and we worked on different things with airplanes and all those different things. And and you know, it was the strategy. It was, and that's what made me passionate about being a learning strategist. Like until they told Lexis what it was, she took control and power over it and was like, oh, I can do this. Once they told me that I just process in such detailed levels, you know, and she just said, hey, it's the difference between learning how a clock works versus learning how the gears work inside of the clock to make the clock work. I was one of the type of people that need to know the gears. Then I can build a clock and tell you what time it is. And that's, and I want to appreciate your work in mathematics. And I think that was a very important question that Heather asked of you, because you probably deal with different math strategies. You come across students, you know, however you needed to build your platform, you had to come across different things and different ways that people would process in order to understand the math question, the equation, and how to solve it. And the strategy was simple.
Oops, sorry. Right on cue.
Yeah.
That's my alarm. Apparently, we're supposed to be doing something right now.
What are we supposed to be doing?
I don't know.
Okay, well, maybe that's just basically, okay, basically the strategy is just like puzzle pieces. Each piece is unique and different. And the strategy is to ask the questions and to learn what unlocks that learning. And from there, believe it or not, some mental well-being started to happen, because then as a child I got encouraged and I got motivated and I think I can do it, and then it went on to algebra and blah, 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 and it's all circular. It's all an ecosystem. And I think we don't give enough credit to people who create math apps, people who create their own school from scratch. You got to listen to this woman's story here. And for people who work in mental health all day, every day. And these are the heroes. But we are the strategy. And everybody in this room is a strategist, or else you wouldn't even be here. And so you're all warriors implementing what needs to be done when it comes to our youth. And I like that you said they might be 60, but the mind of a 15-year-old. And that also goes with people who might have a high IQ, but maybe their EQ needs some help.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's just taking it one step at a time, one person at a time, and being compassionate one level at a time.
Well, and something else that was triggered throughout this morning, and kind of we are here and have surrounded ourselves. You know, one of the questions for a lot of us as individuals was, you know, how did we get to where we are, or how do we self-help and self-soothe? Well, we surround ourselves with people, and I guess my question is to you all, what are we going to do to help these students? Because the students don't know, they don't have the communication set. They don't know how to create their personal board of directors. They don't know how to gather those tools. And I see too many times they do turn to their peers who are not licensed, and they're self-soothing, and they're blasting it on social media, and of course getting from all kinds of stuff. So I guess my question, you know, how do we do that? You know, how do we go on and encourage them to create a healthy personal board of directors?
That's a good question. You want to answer that,
I
Vanessa?
Sure. I love that question, because it's so easy to get caught up in talking about the problem that we could talk about that for an entire conference and not even bridge the gap to even think about solutions. And really kind of focusing on the solution aspect of it. First, we need to it always starts with funding and research, getting empirically based data so we can really figure out what are some evidence-based strategies that we can use, and not just use and talk about it and publish it, but implement it as well. Implementation is the most important thing. I do think that it's really important that we start to create a dialogue, right, where the youth are comfortable talking about things. If they're not comfortable talking about it, we're going to have outdated data and practices that don't really connect with them, right? And that's what we've been doing. I feel like culturally we've been kind of understanding ever since, especially 2020, like, wait a minute, we don't know what's happening with them anymore. They're communicating, like my colleagues have said, they're communicating amongst themselves, but here we are as the caretakers, the parents, the educators, the supporters, the community, and we don't really know. We're a little bit outside of the circle. And meanwhile, we're just kind of observing what's happening, you know, whether it's dramatically rising suicide rates or crime rates, you know, absenteeism. Like, we're seeing the results, but we're not seeing exactly what's about to happen because we're not involved in the conversations. So I think the first thing is really the funding, understanding that the funding is going to create the programs, and the programs are going to create the opportunities and the environments for them to feel like, oh, okay, I can talk about this. It's okay. Creating those safe spaces without consequence, that they feel supported. The way how their mind works is they're not going to open up. If they feel like you don't really care about them, I don't care what you say. I don't care if you're licensed. I don't care if you've been practicing for the past 40 years. They will not open up. They only care about what you know when they feel like you genuinely care about them. And from then, we can really use that as a springboard for solutions.
Yeah, and I agree with that. They're not going to open up. And what we have actually found in our community, I actually started I call it AA for kids. It's a chat group. And while they might not talk and open up individually, they'll come as a group. They'll come with their peers. And so, while I continued my education, that's what I do on Thursdays. I bring them in with somebody that's certified and licensed, and they're able to kind of have that mental health group and open up a little bit. And it takes trust. And I don't know how we're going to establish that, because somewhere along the line, these kids have lost trust in an adult. And it's just sad. And that's, I think, the biggest component in order to get them to open up is getting them to trust.
And in our schools, KIPP, North Carolina, we have learning coaches and learning strategists working along with the teachers and the students. We also are implementing social workers in our schools. And just recently finished working with some advocacy work and getting more funding so we can get more mental health professionals into our schools. So if you have influence and ability to make something happen, use your voice, because apparently these strategies, if I know they can work in the school, then I'm going to advocate for that as my position as a board member. And I'm going to help find that funding. That's part of what we're supposed to do. When they come to us and tell us they have a need, our job is to fulfill it. So you are advocates and you have the ability. But I know putting those things into our schools, that's how we're helping our youth. Those are strategies that we're using to help our youth.
Another question that kind of comes to mind, at least since we're kind of focusing on the youth portion of it right now, do you find that the youth have a hard time even on navigating and locating a number or a resource in the moment, or do you feel like it's really face forward and they know where they could go if they needed it?
No, because when they're young, they're still developing their ability to be articulate. And a lot of times, again, their EQ, their maturity, so they might act out and they might have behavior. So I wish the answer was yes, but in reality, no, a lot of times they don't know in the moment. No. And unfortunately, the teachers don't know in the moment either.
No, but I mean, I can remember, and I don't know about you guys, but I knew growing, there was all kinds, don't say no to, there were all kinds of bullying, I don't want to call them gimmicks, but marketing tools to put these things in the hands of these kids. I know of, Say No to Drugs and DARE and all of these programs that were out there. The commercials were, every time we turn on the TV. Why, I don't understand. Why don't we continue to do that? If they're going to at least turn it, okay, don't do TV commercials, but social media, oh my God, put it on Twitter, something. They'll find it.
I was just getting some social media lessons from Vanessa. I think she can probably talk about some of those strategies of, because I know right now, you're right, the commercial ads, that they're not working for the youth today.
And I was just thinking about that as you were talking, just kind of realizing like, wow, it really has changed a lot. The messaging has changed. Our youth are getting a lot of messages, but what are these messages, right? The goals are different, like you said, when we were coming up, it was very clear. They had the frying pan with the egg. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. We all understood and we all received very consistent messaging from the same communication channel, right? Now it's completely different. Now they might be on TikTok, they might be on Instagram, they might just kind of be surfing the web. We're not really sure where they're getting, and not just the platform itself, right? But who are on these platforms. They could be connected to hundreds, thousands or hundreds of thousands, depending on if they're an influencer. So they're connecting to all of these people that we don't even know about, receiving, I'm sure, conflicting messages, because I know that we receive conflicting messages all the time, I saw a meme the other day and I could totally relate, it's like, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make sure to eat more meat because meat has protein and protein builds muscle, and that's how you're healthy, the animal diet, right? And someone else comes along and they're like, no, meat's horrible, meat's bad, you need to stay away from meat, eat lots of veggies. And then someone else says, no, I haven't eaten veggies in 5 years, I'm the healthiest I've been all my life, There's nothing you can do that's going to be very clear and consistent anymore, even as adults, right? With all of our IQ and EQ, I don't know what's healthy anymore. Clearly, I don't know. And the messaging is not consistent for them as well. So we don't really know where they stand on any particular topic. And I don't think they're consistent either, because they might receive messaging and they could be 12 years old and receive messaging and think one thing. And by the time they're 14, they've completely changed because they were influenced by messaging that's conflicting.
And that's because we're not teaching kids in these classrooms about proper research and primary sources and secondary sources. And, social media is not a primary source. And so the young lady, say your name again. HIPAA? We're just going to go with that. I usually try to work with names because they were very important to me that I say people's name correctly. She said something that I know resonates with anybody that has been disenfranchised for any reason, for any of the reasons you can check the boxes on diversity. When you said that your health is impacted about your housing and being able to claim the land and whatever, and that goes even further, as you know, because I'm sure it could be a long list, but I think that was so important because education, and they were saying the statistics are when literacy decreases, crime increases. Yeah. And so education is connected to mental and physical well-being. And some of the strategies that I think that we could do for our youth is find ways based on their ability to be more physical. We need to put PE back into these schools as a requirement. We need to put, other types of sports. I love basketball, football, but, when I was growing up in Illinois, our schools had resources. I mean, we had line dancing. I remember country square dancing, and I remember fencing. Yeah, fencing, right? Swimming, all of that. That changes your mental well-being. And Crystal talked about 10 and 6, right? She's not talking about hand positions on when you're driving. She's talking about sleep. You know, we used to have rest period in schools. Yes. And so education is very key as a strategy. The more resources we can put into education for these kids, I think we'll also see mental and physical well-being going up without them having to look for sources outside of doing something more tactile.
And to piggyback on what you just said, I know we only have a few more minutes, but changing the schedule and putting, you know, physical education, but what about recess? You know, it's like it goes away. Last time I checked, students that are in 6th through 12th grade, they're still kids. And they still need that break. And I don't understand why we don't have a recess period, not just lunch. You know, we all need that, like I said the other day, a smoke break. And they need it. They need to go out and be kids, because once they turn 18, the world's a totally different beast. And I think they need that opportunity.
Absolutely. You know, and we're starting to prioritize that, you know, as I mentioned earlier about the wellness room concept, which is becoming super popular since 2020, you know, when, you know, the practitioners in hospitals, you know, when they were having their own crisis to the point where, you know, things were happening, right? And we've kind of noticed, like, wait a minute, people need a break. Grown-ups need breaks. Wow, that's quite a concept. And not just a break where they can sit and eat for a few minutes, but a break where mentally they can have a safe space to disengage, right? So now a lot of law firms are doing it as well. A lot of corporate agencies, like, it's becoming a whole thing. And I do think that it's very, very important that we keep in mind that social media, I'm not against it, but we do need to be very cognizant of the effects that it has on our youth, right? It is shown to have correlations to different mental health disorders, right? Anxiety disorder, things like that. Depression. What are they looking at? Well, they're looking at people that are using filters. You know, is this a time in their life where they're most confident? Absolutely not. They're the least confident, and now they're comparing themselves to people that are not even real. And so when we're like, oh, what's wrong with you? Why don't you want to go to that social event? Or why don't you want to be so? Why don't you want to talk to people? Why don't you want to interview for that internship? Not just thinking, oh, they're just too lazy to do everything. They just don't want to. You just want to sit on your phone. You're just being lazy. Is that really the problem? Or is there more to it? We have to look at the underlying factors.
Yeah, I agree. Yes.
As a parent, as a Generation X parent that is currently dealing with 18 and 16-year-old teenagers, thank you. As I'm sure you ladies can attest to, we didn't come from a generation where all of our emotions were we were able to express them and speak to them and put context behind, you know, our feelings. But understanding now, 2024, they have the floor to be able to do so. I guess my question is, what type of tactics would you know, say that myself and other parents like me could use to engage our kids in the sense of being able to speak not only from the emotion, but from the reality of the moment and what's going on, and help them to be able to navigate around those emotions and come to something definitive?
We don't have a, oh, okay. Well, just my quick suggestion would be to ask more open-ended questions, not questions where you get a yes and no, but to make them dig a little deeper. And I will, like, one person.
Had in the school system was maybe implementing in the curriculum media literacy. If we're going to, our children are going to continue to use social media. It's going to evolve. And so if we want to keep up with the times, I think that this would be a great time or conversation centered around media literacy and teaching our children what that actually means and embedding that into the curriculum.
If we could just take one more voice, Lexus.
I'll be super fast. Thank you so much. On your note, I had, it's going to sound strange, the luxury of having a child born with a skull fracture and cerebral palsy, I got to work with a ton of therapists right off the bat. One of them was a speech therapist, and it's going to sound so silly and simple, but when she said to me, we're going to teach her how to identify her emotions, right? What you're feeling, I can see that you're frustrated. Have you ever seen a 3-year-old just have a meltdown over a cereal box?
Yes.
Right? I remember feeling that way, you guys. I did not have parents that did what we're talking about right now. They'd just yell at you for being upset. But it's in part, I was like, I don't even know what I'm feeling right now. I feel like I could explode. And then you're told it's wrong. So, like, you don't know what that feeling is. I understand this is frustrating. I can see that you're sad. Do you want to talk about it? Here's some things that we can do about it. Or even just, my son was so embarrassed the other day, and I was like, oh my gosh, can I tell you? I did something so embarrassing the other day too. And his face relaxed, because like, yeah, adults do that too. And I think that everything you guys are saying is so critical, but we have to start at the very beginning with being able to identify what it is that we're feeling so that we can communicate those words and then have them validated by teachers and that information passed on to parents and vice versa, what's working, what language is working, and kind of neutralizing the why does it feel weird to have feelings, and just talking about those so that we can string all these higher level, more complex things together. I'll just hit you with the simple things. Why don't we just start with, I'm sad. Sometimes I'm sad and mad, right? It's like that. I think it's worked so well with my children, but I did not have that growing up, so it never occurred to me until I had the speech therapist, angel woman, tell me, let's just start with red face, angry guy, yellow face, kind of melancholy guy. And I think that should definitely be incorporated in households and in schools. Thanks for letting me.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you for this fireside chat. Really meaningful and engaging conversation. And we do hope it continues. Now it is time for lunch and our break. We will begin the awards recognition ceremony at 2:30. So looking forward to seeing everyone then and continuing the conversations. Thank you, everyone. O-D-J-O-B, good job, good job. announce you. Closer.
I'm at the podium.
You're gonna be at the podium, and I will show you the plaque, or you can hold it, put it here so you can read it. Move this.
Okay. See if there are any names that are difficult to pronounce. Is this the person's name?
Professor Matthew Petition.
Oh, Matthew Matician.
Mhm.
Okay. Al-Kahati.
And then Kiva already received her award, so
Oh.
she's good. Okay.
So we skip her.
Yeah, that's why I'll have the award.
So there's a total of 12.
Yes.
Okay. So when I announce an award, do you want me to say each of these things?
Yeah. Yeah. That's how I'd say it very easy. Yeah, like the CEO, I'd like to celebrate the CEO and Director of Waterview, Heather Fonstock, receiving the influential leadership.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's right. And then they'll pause to take a picture, and you can just stand where you are.
Okay, this just needs to be similar.
That feels good? Perfect. You stand on this side, because I'm going to go off to the side of the stage, and I'll go around.
Okay.
When I say buenas, you say tardes. Buenas. Buenas. When I say buenos, you say tacos. Buenos. Tacos. Buenos. I hope you enjoyed the lunch and the little bit of a different kind of variety. We are getting ready for the award ceremony recognition time of our presentation, of our conference. Here with me is Richard Winter to celebrate all the nominees and awardees. So please give it up for Richard.
Thank you. Well, it's my pleasure to present this afternoon's awards. And the first award goes to Heather Fonstock, the CEO and Director of the Waterview Learning Academy. Heather is receiving an award for influential leadership in education. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you is just not enough. When I was asked what this award means for me, 3 things come to mind. And the first is that if you have a dream and a niche and a passion, roll with it, because we are all given a talent and the sky's the limit. The second thing that comes to mind is that when you're hit with adversity because your niche doesn't quite fit a box, keep going. Just because the challenge is put in front of you doesn't mean it's not going to be successful. Sometimes those are when your fails or when you turn around and have your biggest successes. And the last thing is a little personal. It is just the fact that this award is really not mine. It is my students. It was the vision 12 years ago that I started Waterview, and they are what kept me going. And this award right here, this platform in general, is just a launching pad for me to continue and share that project-based learning is kind of a way of the future. And my goal in life was to leave a legacy, and this proves to me that I think I've done just that for my kids. So thank you.
That was inspiring. Our next award is to Janet Harvey, CEO of Invite Change, and it is an award for influential leadership in education.
Janet had to go.
Oh, okay. So, and our next award is to Ian Slade,
CEO of HPMA for influential leadership in education.
Just want to say thank you to the organizers and the folks who came out here. What I really enjoyed is the fact that we were able to have meaningful conversations. It's really hard to do that when you're in a venue with 20, 30, 40,000 people. And to quote Derek over there, everyone here is a change maker, and I'm really honored to be amongst you guys, and I hope in any way I can help you with your journey as well. And thank you for your time over the past few days. So appreciate it. Thank you.
The next award is to Dr. Sonia S. Gaither, Dean of Libraries, Clayton State University, honoring your outstanding dedication towards education.
Thank you, everyone, for this recognition. This is important to me because although I have a lot of work to do, I have 29 years in the education game, and I'm getting a little tired. So I'm trying to find that extra fuel. Next year will be my 30th year. So what I have learned over these years is that the work that I have done, if I have taught one student to do research and find information, I have not only, I've started my job, but my job is not complete until they have taught someone else to do that. And I've had so many students to come up to me and say, hey, you taught me how to find information, and I've been able to teach other people. And that does a world of good, and that's how I know I have been impactful in my job. And so I just want to tell you all to just keep passing it on, because that's what we're here for. So thank you for this recognition.
Our next award is presented to Katharina Mahadevia Cadwell, founder and CEO of Vivo Limited.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm very honored to receive such a prestigious award. And I am really excited to be part of such a diverse group of change makers and trailblazers in education and healthcare. And I think that we can make some meaningful change here. And, you know, to quote the motto of my business school, learn, engage, accelerate, and disrupt. So let's lead to meaningful disruption.
Our next award is presented to Professor Matthew Matishin, mathematics educator, Mathematical Sciences Research Institute.
Thank you for recognizing me and my team. And we believe all people could learn math effectively and have a fair and suitable evaluation. And we are working hard on this. And I hope anyone who agree with us help us to promote our visions. Thank you very much.
I love that idea. The next award is to Vanessa Scurry, Chief of Staff, affiliated Sante Group, for Influential Leadership Award in Healthcare.
Thank you so much. This award means a lot. I take leadership very, very personally, as I see leadership as the responsibility of taking care of my employees, my staff, not just as doers of the tasks that need to be done, but as people, whole people. And over the years, I have had, I don't know how many lives that I have touched, people I've brought in from fresh from college, and now some of them own their own businesses. And so I take it personally, I take it seriously, and I take a lot of pride in the leadership that I've been given the opportunity to show to many people over the years. And this means a lot, and it's my honor to be a leader. So thank you.
That's wonderful. One more. Crystal. Next award is presented to Crystal Fushi, founder and managing partner, C&D Consulting.
Thank you so much. I did not know you were back.
I would like to thank the HEAL Conference for hosting this very intimate conversation with change makers and leaders, and bringing these great minds together in order for us to collaborate and hopefully take home and take back some very tangible ideas to our communities. I thank you to my team, because without them, there's no me. I'm just the face of the organization, but they're the ones that actually make it work. I would love to thank my family, my husband, and in the infamous words of Snoop Dogg, I'd like to thank me. I kept going when I thought I couldn't do it. I kept persevering and pushing through, and being a minority woman in this space as a business owner is one of the biggest responsibilities I've ever had in my life. I take leadership very seriously. I lead from the back. I am always in the back pushing my team forward, so I don't take this award lightly. So again, I just thank the HEAL Conference for being able to produce this platform and bringing all of these wonderful leaders together in this space. Thank you.
Our next award is presented to Hajar Sabir, founder and CEO, Diversity and Inclusion in Real Estate, Associate Product Manager, Capital One. Is Hajar here? Okay. That's everything? Okay.
We have video.
We have a few videos from awardees who were unable to be with us in person, yet have wanted to share a message of gratitude to us. So,
Hi, my name is Kara Cusack, and I would like to thank the HEAL conferences for the Influential Leader in Healthcare Award. I am very sorry I can't be there with you today, but thank you very much.
It is with deep appreciation that I happily accept the Influential Leadership in Education Award. It is an honor to be recognized for values that I feel to be so important for continuing to help grow and foster the next generation of leaders, but also the needed evolution with current leaders. I have worked and volunteered at a variety of roles over the past decades that have tested me on how to be an effective leader that can empower everyone around me. I also learned when to take a back seat and observe. Prior to my role at ADAPT Transition Services, I volunteered at a little school in Woburn, Massachusetts called St. Charles. I was a teacher assistant for preschool. Being even a temporary workforce solution amidst a shortage of employees gave me that front row access to the real champions out there, our educators. Experience like this have shown me that being flexible and open to new ideas allows for possibilities that can make a major impact for the people around me. I want to give a special shout out to all the educators in every field for doing the hard work that is critical for passing down the knowledge of their fields and sparking excitement and curiosity in individuals. Currently, I work at an amazing autism center filled with people who not only provide exceptional care, but take time out of their day to help educate and train the people they work with. They also fulfill a need and sometimes overlooked services for our clients and their families. There is never enough praise to give these staff members at ADAPT Transition Services for their passion and dedication in education. To conclude, educators all over the world are our most valuable asset, and it is critical that we empower them and provide the environments and conditions that will enable them to perform at their best. All of them are why I'm receiving this award, and I wish I could share it with each and every one of them. Thank you again for this award.
Hi everyone, my name is Tamika M. Murray, and I just want to say that I'm really, really excited to be receiving this award for leadership in education. I am very, very sorry that I'm not able to be there with you all and celebrate in the festivities in beautiful Las Vegas. But as it would turn out, I am in the midst of relocating from New Jersey to the Boston area. So busy, busy, busy. However, I just wanted to extend my sincere pleasure and just pure happiness in receiving this award, because I honestly didn't expect it. It was really something that kind of came out of the blue, and I'm very, very grateful to be the recipient of it after all of my years of work and just giving back to the community through being an educator. I was an adjunct for 4 years, as well as educating my clients through social work, through the books that I have written. I have 11 published books, as well as being a freelance writer and now a life coach for my business, Mystical Fire Ascension Life Coaching. So to all of you out there, I just want to say, please have an amazing time and just celebrate as if I was there with you. And also, I want to give a quick shout out to my first book, Crying, Learning, and Laughing, Why Students Visit the Teen Center. If it wasn't for this book right here, I don't know where I would be in my writing career today. It is a testament to the work that I have done in the past with the adolescents and the families that I've worked with. And I'm truly proud of it, just as I am proud of being a recipient for this award from the HEAL conferences. But best of luck to everyone, and please don't party too hard. Bye.
Hi, HEAL Conferences. Thank you so much for this honor. My name is Tracy Boss, CEO and founder of the Tribal Sage Prophetic Dance and Fitness and the Healing Fire Foundation. You know, most of my organizations support the whole person, right? So our Prophetic Dance and Fit program is specifically to develop a social, emotional, spiritual connection through dance movement and dance therapy. But our Tribal Sage community is there to develop women and children and families with spiritual life and integrative health coaching, right? We speak to all the different areas of life: spiritual development, mental health counseling, social, emotional health, physical health, and your environment, you know, what brings you joy. So there's so many things that we do to promote and support women, children, and families. We help develop a sense of self-advocacy, helping them get to their future goals, or helping them heal, right? Which is the most important thing. And I am so super excited for all the work that we're doing as a community. And I'm sorry I could not be there today, but I would love to connect with you all. So I look forward to meeting you, and maybe we can do some partnerships together. So it's an honor. Thank you, HEAL Conferences, for the opportunity. And I hope you guys all enjoy the rest of the conference. Take care. Be blessed.
When I say I have a recognition, you say recognize. I have a recognition. I said I have a recognition. I'd like to recognize all the award recipients. Let's give them a round of applause. If you received a celebration, give yourself a round of applause. Turn to your neighbor and applaud your neighbor. Celebrate them. That's right. Go, neighbor. You got this. We could celebrate another round of yourselves being here right after lunch. Yeah. Woo! We have a couple more engaging and fun moments together. We have a panel discussion upcoming and 2 fireside chats before we conclude our day together. Coming up next, we're going to discuss this. You know, well, how are we feeling? Do we need to stand up real quick and stretch? Yeah, let's stand up real quick, everyone. Let's stand up. We've talked about this on Monday. Actually, Crystal reminded us that rest is an opportunity, a time where we actually focus on our breath and our breathing, our existence just as is. So I invite everyone to put a hand on your stomach, on your center here, solar plexus area, and really begin to feel a connection as you engage in deep breathing with me. On the count of 3, 2, 1, we're going to inhale through our nose for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath, 2, 3, 4. Exhale deeply, pushing that stomach into your back, pushing all of that out. Hold your breath, 2, 3, 4. Inhale through your nose. 3, 4. Feel your stomach and lungs expand. Hold. 2, 3, 4. And release. 2, 3, 4. And in this breath, inhale all good energy, all the amazing connections that you just experienced. Hold that in. 2, 3. And exhale any worries or any exhaustion. Let that out of your system and just thank yourself in your head with a little squeeze, with a little soothe, for showing up, for being able and showing up to handle so many things simultaneously while being present here. So just celebrate the journey that led you here, to these connections, to the opportunities that will manifest. And may gratitude open more and more opportunities for all of you. Get those hands up and stretch one more time as we breathe. And lay them down to your side. If you are so moved and in a safe position to do so, go ahead and raise your hands up again. And this time forward fold, trying to touch your feet. Just kidding for the ladies in the dress, including myself. Before we continue on to the next portion, maybe we'll do a couple final stretches, like arms over the head. You might need to do a couple twists, maybe hold on to a chair. Do it the other way as well. Oh, that body feels amazing when you move it, move it. Me gusta el mueve, mueve. Me gusta el mueve, mueve. Me gusta. Mueve. All right. So we could do one quick cheer and chant. Let's see if you remember. This one was from Friday. This one is called Power, because we've been talking a lot about leadership and having this intuitive ability to connect with people with just part of that essence people call charisma they like in leaders. So we're going to say Power. We got the power because we are the HEAL Conference. And then I'll start by saying I'll say my name, and I'm going to do an action that goes along with my name, and then everyone's going to say, she does it like that. She does it like that. And we go right back to Power. We got the power. Join me. We are the HEAL Conference. I'll repeat that. Power. We got the power because we are the HEAL Conference. My name's Malika, yeah, and I'm first on the list. I get my reputation because I do it like this. She does it like this. She does it like this. Power. We got the power because we are the HEAL Conference. I'm going to point to someone who's going to take over power because she is a superstar. Her name is Crystal, yeah, and she's next on the list. She gets her reputation because she does it like this. She does it like this. She does it like this. Power. We got the power because we are the HEAL Conference. His name is Chris, and he's next on the list. He gets his reputation because he does it like that. Oh, he does it like that. Hey, he does it like that. Power. Thank you, everyone. Take a seat. Take a seat. Take a load off your feet. If all the award winners, are we still in the room? Did some of us leave? The award winners that are here, we'd love to take a quick picture. We're going to get our next session ready, but they just asked for a quick picture. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, right here, right here, right here. Yeah, Matthew, a picture with your award. Yes. You know you did a good job, so say you did a good job. You know you did a good job, so say you did a good job. You did a good job. Good job. All right. Thank you, everyone, for celebrating your neighbors, celebrating each other, celebrating yourselves. Every victory is a big victory, just like little wins, Alexis was saying. Our next session of panel discussion called Building Resilience in Students, Strategies for Coping with Stress and Adversity. We understand that being a young person in these days is very different than our generation. And furthermore, after global events that have changed our world experience from a day-to-day perspective as well as possibility. Resilience can equip young people to navigate world pressures, these changes, adapt quickly or in a way that feels good for them, address any setbacks, failures, and foster a sense of well-being holistically. We would like to invite and welcome the session moderator, Crystal Fushi, and the other panelists on stage to discuss further in depth. Please give everyone a round of applause.
Good afternoon. I'm certain we're all awake here in this session after all that good stretching that we just performed. Today, this panel of lovely ladies, and I'll let them introduce themselves, we're coming to you today to discuss building resilience in students, strategies for coping with stress and adversity. And I think that's something that we've probably all experienced in this room before, but being a teenager and new to that or just coming across of it, sometimes it does happen to present in different ways, and we may have to look at it through a little different lens. Again, as Malika said, my name is Crystal Fushi. I'm the CEO and founder of C&D Consulting LLC, where we empower contract managers to negotiate their contracts independently. And then I will turn it over to Miss Betty.
Okay. My name is Betty Nelson McLeod. I am a first-generation career coach. The name of my business is First Gen Careers. And I help first-generation leaders advance their career while building a legacy. And on the topic of coping with stress, I guess we'll do a deeper dive. Okay, you have some questions. Okay, so that's me. Nice to meet everyone. Thank you.
I'm Shirley from Alavez, a social business partner, and I love what I do as far as helping people with their health from the inside out.
And I'm Donna Hyatt, and I'm founder and CEO of the Oaks Center for Educational Advancement, and we work together with schools and organizations to help them leverage their inner power and leverage change.
Thank you, ladies. So I just wanted to start us off of kind of moving our mindset. I wanted you to think back to when you were in high school. For me, that's a little bit longer, back in the 1900s, back when we were there. And I wanted this panel to kind of think back as to when you were in high school and maybe your first kind of encounter with some stress or adversity. And if you could kind of walk us through what that was and how you handled it then, and then maybe some things that you learned from it and how you would handle it now.
Well, high school. Okay, let's see. I'll take it to my senior year of high school because my senior year of high school is when I started a new school and in a different system. That was the first time that I went to a public school ever in my life, and it was my senior year. So how did I deal with that stress? I did what I thought was best. I joined sports. I was playing basketball for a very long time since I was in middle school, and I had just missed the season, and I needed something to keep myself occupied. So I signed up for track and field. And through track and field, I learned from my coach different ways, really, of coping with stress from school. And track and field was an outlet. It also challenged me to become a better person through the activity of becoming a better runner. Initially, he put me in the 2 miles long distance run, which was gruesome. And then I earned my way to the 1 mile, which eventually that was better. And now I still run. I jog. Well, okay. I jog once in a while now, but in high school I used to do that, and that's one of the ways that I cope with stress, and that really helped me.
Well, I kind of go back a little further than they do. So our stress was, I went to the high school I went to, our graduating class was only like 140. So in that class, there was, you always have those peers, always, the bullies and all that. So how do you deal with that? And it's just, you kind of just pull back and kind of watch yourself. And I put myself into my studies. And that's what got me through, because I ended up graduating early, so I got out. But doing something that's going to make you feel good, that relaxes you, and that's how you, start with the stress. Start with the inside of yourself.
And for me, I went to school in rural New Hampshire, very small school, graduated with like 80 people. I'd known them all my life. And there were a lot of, stressors. I think for me, it was that my parents were not college educated and they were not particularly interested in post-secondary education. So I had to just seek out, figuring that out in high school and finding teachers who I could connect with and learning how to advocate for myself, and really leaning on that support network of all those kids I'd known since, kindergarten or first grade, to get through it. So that was really impactful for me.
Sorry, I'm just taking a few notes here. So from what I hear, and I want to just kind of repeat this back a little bit, some coping mechanisms that our panel found when they were experienced stress or adversity in high school were sports and being able to kind of physically work that energy off, concentrating on studying and actually diving into your books, and then just kind of leaning into your friends that were there for you. Kind of fast forwarding to now and thinking about the student body and the stressors that they've had over, I would say, the past 10 years, let's say 10 to 15. They would probably look very different than what we experienced when we were in school. Do you think, or let me back that up. What do you think about having a mentor versus your friends or versus a buddy? Like, did you think about having a mentor when you were in high school? Did you reach out to someone that might be able to kind of guide you or, help you with any type of, stress that you were feeling other than like a parent?
I didn't reach out. I didn't even know what a mentor was at the time, or had enough self-awareness to recognize if I was even being mentored. But when I think back at that time, I had teachers who were very engaging, and they took the extra step to involve me in special projects in the classroom, just because they recognized something in me, and they encouraged me to apply for scholarships, for instance, that I didn't even know were available to me. And that would have been something that I expected from my guidance counselor, but it seemed that my teacher did more of that work than my guidance counselor. And that was my mentor at the time. I had a few teachers that I can think back from that really encouraged me, and including my coach.
Like I said, it kind of goes back a long, long ways. So we didn't have the mentors that you have today. So we relied on our teachers. The teachers were our mentors. They were our helpers. They were our guidance. And working with them, they were there for us. They made that special effort to make sure that we got what we needed for us to cope with everyday stress or whatever we needed. They were there for us. It's a lot different than today.
I also didn't know what a mentor was when I was in high school. I think I was trying to seek them out in informal ways, but not knowing what I was doing by joining different groups. I was very active in musical performance and theater, student council. I was a peer counselor. I was always trying to find a way to get involved so that I could learn from other people, but I didn't have a conscious path or a strategy. So that was, something I guess I learned by default in high school.
So I'm so glad that I was hoping that you all were kind of going to go there with this discussion, because what I wanted to kind of reiterate for students is that you probably don't even know that you want a mentor, or that even that it may even help you in the future, right? At that point in your life in high school, you're probably not even thinking about it. So I just wanted to kind of give recognition to the fact that we're probably all in the same boat, and maybe teenagers today or students today don't even have that on their radar. Thinking back and kind of along those, we went over some things that have brought us stress and kind of how we have worked our way through it. What is 2 pieces of advice that you would give to a current student based on your kind of past experiences for helping them to cope or deal with, or maybe a mechanism or method that they could help to cope with them whenever they are feeling high stress or high anxiety?
I would say don't go on social media. That's the first thing. It's not going to help. Notice how no one on this panel mentioned social media as a way of coping with stress. We mentioned sports and mentors and really being involved in social settings. So I would say the human interaction is just as important. It's still important. If you're feeling that way, don't go on social media. That's the last thing you want to do. If you can avoid it altogether, please do that. Also, get involved in something you really enjoy doing outside of your regular academic schedule. That does, again, not involve maybe, technology. Something that has to do with nature, water, sports. I'm biased to sports. It helped me. So just physical activity, I would advise that. Physical activity, and stay away from social media.
I definitely second that. If you're finding yourself in that position, to find that one thing that you can throw your heart into that you love, that will help you. It will ground you. Whether, like I said, if it's sports, boxing is great for you. I do it every day. So if I can do it, I know you can do it. But embrace life, because every second counts. And the more that you interact with your peers and your public, the better you are. Because like I said, social media, what are you going to do? You're going to sit there, oh, I'm scrolling, oh no, what's this? And then, 2 hours later, you're like, oh, what did you get accomplished? Nothing. Go do something, explore, but do something that's going to help you.
I would say don't be afraid to self-advocate. Teachers often don't know what it is you might need, right? I used to teach 115 or 120 students a day, and it's hard to know what all students' needs are all the time. So take that step, self-advocate for what you need, what your learning styles are, how you're best supported. And then my second piece of advice would be find your people, because they're there, they're out there in your school community, in your local community. Find the people that you can resonate with, who will support you and collaborate with you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful suggestions. Speaking on kind of self-advocacy and being able to advocate for yourself and tell teachers as well as adults what's needed from you, kind of based on and we'll start with you, Dr. Hyatt, if based on your experience. I'll start with you.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. Do you think that there is, I don't know what the word I'm going to use, do you think there's a disconnect between what students need today versus what they needed back when maybe we were in school? And do we need to look at them? Do we need to revise them? Do we need to think about it in a different light, because what we face, and we know we're creatures of habits as humans. We want to look to the past, we want to look to history to kind of give us the direction for the future, but we're running into items that we ourselves are new to, i.e. technology and the internet. So do you think that there's a disconnect between, I guess, the generations from what a 16-year-old might need and what my experience is? You know, is there a disconnect? And then how do we go about overcoming that disconnect? And what can we do either as fellow educators, a lot of a lot. This is a multifaceted question. I know it's multifaceted. As fellow educators, and then just support, like family, friends, like community. How do we support that change?
Well, if I step back from my own experience and look at, you know, however many years ago I was in high school, it was a long time ago, it was the 80s and early 90s. I didn't have a lot of choice in the classroom. I went in, I sat down, I listened, I took notes. Occasionally we did a project, and that was considered innovative. So I think there was a lack of awareness of learning styles and what students really needed, at least in my very rural community. I think today there's more awareness around equity in education, around special learning needs, equal voice. You know, many of the schools I work with work to amplify student voice and involve them. So how can we leverage that in the classroom so that we have differentiated spaces where students are drivers of their own learning, versus what I experienced was, here you are, here's the information, learn it, memorize it, you're going to be tested and judged on it, and that's not how we learn.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Anybody else on the panel? I just happened to start the opposite way.
I appreciate that.
I didn't have anything to add.
Nothing to add?
I think
Okay.
she
She nailed it.
Yeah.
Well, see, I'm the old one up here, so when, you know, I went to high school, and we, you know, it was, you went outside, you did things outside, you got together outside, you know, you met at somebody's house, you rode bikes to somebody's house, you walked their house, you know, so that was your community of putting yourself in a position where you could enjoy life. You know, and it wasn't pressure, it was more laid back, it's relaxed. Now it's gotten so, oh my God, I got to get this now. Oh no, that was yesterday. Yeah, no. You know, so it's like, you know, we got to teach our kids to slow down, absorb, take it in.
I recognize that for our teens, it's a little difficult to just go outside, just to disconnect from, you know, social media. We understand that it's difficult because in my time, first of all, I wasn't allowed to watch TV anyway, so I didn't really care for it, you know, as I got older. But when I did have the opportunity to watch TV, you know, still the messaging that would come into our home was pretty much controlled. There were some things that I could watch, some things I could not. And today, we can't control it as much as we try, we can't, right? And so I think that for teens to be intentional about disconnecting from social media, find community organizations, become proactive. Maybe what we're talking about is not available in your area or in your school specifically. Google what are some local organizations that can offer what you're interested in. If it's not offered to you in your school, whether it be music, and there can be some free organizations out there that you want to participate in. It doesn't always have to be, like in my day, I had access to everything within my school. But now, with so many programs being removed from the curriculum, like PE and geography, I know there's another one I'm missing. Arts, most recently history.
And how is history supposed to repeat itself if we don't have history to see the history?
Right.
Not literally.
Don't want to go down that rabbit. But the point I'm making is these subjects are very important, even if you may not understand that. If there's a teen watching, you know, even if you don't understand that right now, how important it is, expose yourself to these types of information. Go out there and find new, just new experiences and pull from that. You know, draw from it and see how that can help you. And you may surprise yourself. You may actually find something that you're so passionate about and you had absolutely no idea that you would be interested in gardening, for instance.
So I'm hearing a lot center around being outside and physical activity. I am certain there is a statistic that surrounds the amount of activity that you have versus, I don't want to say the quality of life, but maybe the quality of your schoolwork, the quality of your learning, the quality of your capacity. I'm certain there's a statistic that can give us some insight into that. But I'm hearing it, like we're dabbling in it, but do you consider physical activity one of, you know, I'm not going to say the top, but one of the top things, or physical activity, even just, you know, getting out and taking a walk, to be one of the biggest things that we could implement in our in children's daily lives?
Yeah, there's definitely research and statistics that back up the fact that physical activity and exercise helps with mental health. There's you know, you have the ability, and I'm not a doctor, so if, you know, any doctors in the house, but there's one. But there's a direct relationship between the two, you know, and it's a stress reliever. It helps you strengthen your ability to cope with stress much better. And so it's no surprise that we all are mentioning go outside, get outside of the house. Maybe it's cold, so get into some winter sports or something, you know, or go for a walk. But yes, going outside definitely will help cope with the stress that you may be facing right now. And I don't mean go outside with your phone. Okay, let me just be very clear. I don't mean go outside with your phone and, you know, I'm outside. She said get outside. No, I meant like actually look at the birds, you know, what are they doing up there? You know, look at the trees, look at just, you know, even visually, look at things around you. And sometimes when you walk in your neighborhood, you start to notice some things or some homes like, oh, that house was always there. I never even knew that was there, you know, and you'll surprise yourself. Someone may say hello to you, and yet don't be shocked by that. Say hello back, and that may actually spark a really great conversation. Okay, not encouraging to speak to strangers. Just I want to caution that too. But you know, hello is fine, and if you're not comfortable, you know, prolonging the conversation, that's okay too. But the goal is to get outside and remove your eyes from the screen. That's the goal. That's the first step.
It motivates you when you go outside. I just had a neighbor, because the weather's getting nice, so the kids are going outside. He couldn't find his two boys. He's like, where are the boys? And he went outside the front yard, and he said there's like 6, 7 bikes all out in the yard, and they are all out there playing. No phones, no tablets, nothing. They were actually engaging with each other, doing something. And that's what you need to do. Just do it. Get out there and do it. Relax. And yeah, smile at somebody. Say hi, because you never know. That one smile might make that person you say hi or smile to, just might uplift them. You never know. So say hi, smile.
And I have to ground myself in nature. I grew up on 100 acres next to a dairy farm, which was several hundred more acres, you know, in rural New Hampshire. So I spent a lot of time like wandering through fields and going into the woods and going on hikes. And that's something that really grounds me. And then as an adult, after college, I moved to a city. I've lived in multiple cities. And I have an 11-year-old who's been raised in a city. And she's always saying, Mom, we need to go on a hike. Mom, we need to get out into nature. And one of her friends invited us last year to go on a week-long retreat at a very remote lake in Northern California where there's no internet. There's electricity and running water, but it's all about community, and it's a group of friends, and there's like 40 people who come together. And we spend a week there, and the kids run around. They run free. And it has transformed her way of interacting with the world.
Yeah, disengage from all this electronics. Disengage for an hour. You know, you go to the dinner table. Why are you taking a phone to the dinner table? That phone should be put in a basket someplace, you know? just engage. Turn all that off, because you will be surprised at, how much you need to connect with your family too. So turn those electronics off and engage.
And I was going to add a book every now and then. A book that's not assigned from a teacher is helpful. When I was in high school, I read Chicken Noodle for the Soul, and I read that multiple times. That is a really great book, and they have a teen version now. And hey, okay, I've said this to my cousins. If you're watching, I'm going to say this. Go to the library. The library, your local library, has so many resources and free activities for you, specifically for you. And they're waiting for you to just come in the door and just participate. So the library is still cool, I promise.
Check that book out, a real book that you can hold. Flip the pages that you can smell it, okay? Not this thing, oh, wait a minute, I got to do this. No, you can turn it. You can look at it. Engage.
Do they still have book fairs?
Yes.
Yes.
I used
Book
to get
fairs.
so excited about book fairs whenever they would come, and you could bring, I don't know what the inflation rate price is, but you could bring your $1 or $2 and you could pick up a book. I remember I was a huge R.L. Stein fan. I am a huge scary movie, love them all, love scary books, and I used to read all the Goosebumps, anything scary I could get my hands on, right? I was always reading those. And that was kind of more of just kind of, yeah.
Watch your library, because ours actually have free books. You can go in and get
Yes.
free books. They put out carts, and they're free books. Anywhere from paranormal to sci-fi to what are those magazines called? With zombie things and all those things. Graphic novels. Thank you.
Comic books too.
Comic books.
Comic books, yes.
They've got whatever you want. It's there.
And some libraries now, they host some concerts. Just to listen to different genre of music.
Movies. They even have movie nights.
Yes.
And one of my friends is an artist, and she's hosting a whole artist series in San Francisco at the library this summer. So for kids to come and do workshops.
And I think this, since we're all agents of change, it's a great opportunity for all of us to also volunteer at our local library so that we can receive our teens when they are ready to make that step to come.
Did I see a comment in the back there? Okay.
The Libby app.
Libby app, LIBBY is connect PPY.
BBY.
BBY, Libby, LIBB, B is in boy, app is connected to all libraries in the country. Just want to make sure they get that on video.
Hoopla too. Yeah, because your library card, you sign in with your library card, and you can check out just about any book you want, any magazine, whatever you're looking for, it's there. And if you can't find it, call the library, because what? They are there to assist you. They will help you find it. I do it all the time.
And a lot of classrooms and teachers use something called EPIC, EPIC, and it's a lot of books and free resources for classroom learning and pleasure reading.
My local library has a teen area where the teens go in and they just hang out. And they have some snacks for them, and they even have a really big, huge screen where they can play video games. And through just playing the video games, I know I said the screen, but maybe this will help. Through the video game, they're actually engaging with each other. And, that sparks a conversation. So, libraries are doing their best to have some modern day resources for you so you can come in.
And it's all free.
It's free.
I'm also hearing a theme of community throughout you all's speaking. I'm hearing that we're in this together. You're not alone. We don't have to do this alone. There are resources that are available. How important do you believe that it is of what type of community that our youth are involved in. Like, how important is in creating a safe community, creating a safe space? Are there any ideas or suggestions or groups that you have that you would like to inform the audience of to help kind of facilitate that?
Find, like I said, Google anything and, volunteer in my area. Find a group of your friends and go to, like I said, the library or even the retirement centers. They want kids to come in and engage with the residents there. Because if you go and help at a resident facility like that, it makes these people feel good. They're like, oh, wow, people really come visit, somebody to visit them that they don't have. And it makes their day, and it uplifts them because, it gives them a reason to say, hey, So volunteer, find something that you can do to help.
Volunteering is a really great, especially with the senior community, because it strengthens your listening skills, and you'll walk away from some real life wisdom of people who live life, and they have fascinating stories that you can draw from and learn from, and that can really help you through coping with stress or just in life in general.
And I would say in school spaces, don't be afraid to advocate and start your own group. If you see a group or a club, there's lots out there, but there might be one that doesn't exist. Create one and start leveraging change in any way that you can. Take small steps.
And some of these groups that you have at school, they can carry over in the summer. Find one that you can carry over in the summer that you're still connected. Get together once every other week or once a week or something, because that will still keep you connected with your friends from school and something else to do.
Right, and just mention that to your school. If there isn't a group that you would like to be a part of, and it's not available because there isn't one, create it, speak with your teacher, ask them to help you create that group that you're looking for, and then yes, carry it on to the summer.
I really like the discussion around the volunteering at maybe a senior resident facility. I think one thing that we take for granted when we're in high school, all of our peers are pretty much the same age, and for the most part, they kind of look like us. But when you get out into the real world, your best friend at work might be a 50-year-old male that you kind of connect with, or female. It may be someone that's not in your age group, not in your race, not in your nationality, and it's much different whenever you're not in school anymore. So I appreciate that.
I just want to add one more thing. And also through volunteering with the senior community, because you all are very great with the technology, there's some things that they still need to get done.
Yes.
That you can do. Your skill is needed. And through volunteering, you can help and contribute towards that.
And also doing that, some schools require you to earn extra credits to get credits. That is one way to do it too.
That's right.
And learn from them. They have powerful stories to tell you.
Any audience questions, comments?
I just wanted to
He was
say-
ready.
Well, I had the microphone. It was one of those wonderful, just like, it worked. So I just wanted to say, as I'm hearing about the groups, I'm just thinking affinity spaces, right? Like, find your affinity space. Find your group of humans who identify with you on the same level. They can share the same experiences outside of all of this. So as we have opened up multiple affinity spaces across campus, we have found that our students are finding that connection and are finding that wonderful, like, these people see me, these people hear me, they know my experience. And while it's not getting rid of all of that challenge, it's helping with the stress and it's helping the coping as we face adversity. So just like huge shout out for affinity spaces across the board.
So I volunteer or I mentor inner city kids, and I hate saying that word, inner city kids, or kids who are displaced. I have a friend who went to prison for 38 years that he got falsely accused. He got out, so I work with his organization, and I work with the kids that look up to him because he's the happiest person I know. He wakes up every morning with a smile. I'm like, I don't know how you do it. I'd be pissed off. But I teach these kids how to launch a company with $5, $10. I even give them the money. And it doesn't always take money to launch anything. You have to start with an idea. People like me have the money. So if someone across the table has a great idea, there's a lot of me's in this world. You just got to find them. And I put myself in those centers to say, hey, kids, whoever has the best idea, I'll give you $1,000. Let's sit down and talk. And I'm not there to steal their ideas or to take it from them. I'm helping them to launch their ideas or think outside the box. And when it comes to reading, my dad was a child psychologist. I have read a book every week since I was 12 years old. Wow. And I hated it when I was a teenager. I love it now as a 55-year-old. I've read probably 2,000 or 3,000 books, and nobody could take that away from you.
Yes.
So that, I mean, and I always tell people when I talk to these kids, if you can't read a book, start 5 minutes a day. Just 5 minutes a day. Open up the page, start it, close it, put it away. I'm different. I read a book like I watch a movie, all at once, because I don't watch movies in bits and pieces. I start and go to bed. I do the same thing with a book. I love how people can read a chapter and then put it away. I'm like, I don't know how you do that. I got to know what happened.
Well, I find myself starting to reading, and I'm reading, and I look at the clock, I'm like, oh, crap, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, where did time go?
Thank you so much for this really wonderful discussion. You've brought up some really great points that I wanted to add my physician perspective to, since you pointed to me earlier. I heard you mention a lot of really valuable points of how to cope with stress and adversity and anxiety, and that is, for one, being out in nature. The other really big one is community, and we do know there's a lot of qualitative data out there. I'm not sure about the quantitative, but qualitative definitely, that being out in nature and actually connecting with your natural surroundings does measurably lower your stress levels, and it actually improves mental health and your resilience as well. So being out in nature every day, if you can, 15, 20 minutes is all it takes to get started. Like you said, go outside and engage with your surroundings, not with the phone. Don't get stuck in that thing and get comparisonitis. And then the other thing that we're recognizing makes a big impact, especially also on physical health, is community and connection. And finding your tribe, really your people. I heard you mention that a lot. It makes you feel connected as humans. We're not isolated felines. We're people who have to be in a group, and we're finding that all these things actually change our genetic expression as well, in the favor of less chronic disease. So there are actually fields like, you may have heard about it, nutrigenomics that, and sociogenomics, that investigate how the food we eat, the interactions that we have, the social connections that we have, change genetic expressions of, call it stress regulators. So chronic inflammation, genetic regulators that dampen chronic inflammation. So anyone who's dealing with chronic anxiety, et cetera, at higher risk of chronic disease down the road, any kind of chronic disease. So from that standpoint, I think for our young kids, it's really important to understand that as well. Thank you.
One of the things I wanted to add on, just to kind of, when she was talking about the physiological, and one of the things that I talked about when I first got here, I think we highly undervalue the power of rest and sleep. And I think a lot of times, if we're not kind of advocating or pushing our kids to get in the bed at a decent hour, turn the phone off, and actually go to sleep. Because if you lay down at 9, but you're scrolling till 11, and then you got to be up at 6, it's not, if you're doing that consistently, I can say for myself, I notice it different in myself. Like if I sleep from 12 to 8 versus 10 to 6 is completely different. So I just kind of wanted to throw it out there, and you guys can feel free to chime in. I think that adequate rest, just as much as like being out in the sunlight and being out in nature, is just equally as important to having, maximal brain function and being able to learn in class and not being tired. I think we undervalue how important rest is in that cycle as well.
here again, the children going outside, doing a pickup game, ball game, kickball, baseball, whatever it is, and you're picking up, they're using that energy, and they're, by the time they play all day long, and then they come in, they sleep, they rest, they do a little bit, and they're going to get some rest, because they're using that energy during the day, then they'll sleep better at night. Getting that sleep will help them for the next day, because they're using up all that energy for the day, and their body's restoring it at night.
What we do in our household is, with our 16-year-old, is all electronics go in our bedroom. Phone, laptop, there's no desktop in the room. So it's what, 8 o'clock? Okay, that's it. Or if you have some, a late assignment, you have 1 more hour. But the drop off is in our room. So you drop off the laptop and the phone, good night. And that's what we do. And you'll get it back in the morning, where I remembered it, I charge it. And when you're out the door, when we're ready to get in the car, then you get your phone back.
Yeah, and what I do is at 8:30, all electronics cease in our household. 9 o'clock is bedtime. My child goes to bed. I go to bed. And I have noticed a huge difference in both of us.
Another question I wanted to pose to the panel. We've talked very good, what I think about is like preventative measures for stress and anxiety whenever they come with sleep and exercise and getting out. But I wanted to talk about if we had some kind of in the moment ideas or mechanisms that kids can take with them, like in the moment when they're feeling stress or anxiety, like what can they do in the moment to kind of like immediately calm down? Like I said earlier, one thing that we have in our house is the 5-minute rule. You can have 5 minutes to yell, do whatever you need to do, punch something, whatever. And then after 5 minutes, okay, we got to calm down. We got to figure out the strategy. What's wrong? Do you actually need me to listen to you? Do we need to come up with a plan? But like, what could they implement that's immediate? Like if I'm feeling stress and anxiety, what can I do immediately to kind of bring it back down and bring it back to kind of center?
Breathing exercises help. We do that in our home. Inhale, exhale, and sometimes in the midst of it, don't want to breathe. I even use this with my clients sometimes when they've gone through something very stressful. And so I think breathing, taking that time to breathe, is important.
It just takes a few minutes. Take those few minutes. If it's go lock yourself in the bathroom, go to your bedroom just with nothing else and just sit there, close your eyes, like you said, breathe, meditate, and just relax, and then say, oh, okay, I'm ready, I go back out there.
Yeah, I was going to say just a few moments of meditation. And during the pandemic, I was consulting and I stepped into teaching a class at that same school online. And the teacher before me was really into meditation. And I thought, okay, I don't know, like these kids are stressed and it's the pandemic and no one wants to be online. But I started implementing just a quick meditation, and there were different kinds of exercises that we did, and it would take 5 minutes. And then I asked the students for input later and said, like, what was most helpful for you for today? And like, I'd say at least half of them said the meditation. Like, please do not make that go away. It really helps us and grounds us. So just finding ways to do that in live spaces.
Oh, do we have a hand back there? Okay, we get him a mic, please, so that everyone on the stream can hear.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Flash of color.
So first, I appreciate you talking about how powerful meditation is, because at the end of the day, a lot of us, especially people who are having stress and things going on in their minds, we really have to become present to where we are at the time. And I meditate every morning and every night because it's super important for me to be just aware of what's going on, how I feel, how my emotions are showing up. Like, all those things become important. So I just wanted to echo what you just said, because meditation is invaluable, especially for me. So I want to just echo that message.
And remember, it's a routine. Get into a structure routine that fits your schedule too, makes that difference. So, I know, like you in the morning, okay, well, this one, you may get up and you rush off to work, but when you get to work, take that 5 minutes. Spread it out to where it's going to fit you and your schedule but structure will also help you with that.
I hope this doesn't upset or offend anybody, but I think I'll just say, I told my children, you know the Lord for yourself. Mm-hmm. So in a moment, you need to just say, Lord, help me. Mm-hmm. And don't be afraid to call on God's name, because sometimes I'm not going to be there. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, you need to call him before you call me. So, you know, we may say meditate, or I'm just going to say, just to be clear, I tell my kids, you know God for yourself.
And it doesn't matter what
seed.
faith you believe
Exactly.
in.
Right.
It's
you call on God.
That higher being of your faith.
Whatever.
Connect to it.
Yep. Yep. So you know, showing them how I cope, and that's what I might have to do in a moment. But it works just as well for you as it do for me. You don't have to be a certain age, you know? And
no, that's like her. She said, you get 5 minutes to scream. Guess what? I'm 63 years old. I've stood out in my backyard and screamed that for several minutes. You know, hey.
We got 30 minutes. Y'all good. But
I think we might have one more question. Time for one more before we wrap up. Anyone else? Over here, this way. Thank you.
Yeah, I like everything that's being said, especially the epigenetics. That's something I've been reading a lot about and going on podcasts, and that stuff is serious. That's a whole separate conference right there, epigenetics. I do remember when my son was in elementary school, and it was a special needs class, and I remember it was a very young teacher at that time. And some of us parents was like, our kids are struggling with a lot of stuff here, trying to cope with the stress and adversity of being special needs and pulled out and called out from the rest of the kids. And she was like, I just want to put in yoga. She's from California. And you know, 15, 20 years ago, North Carolina, you gonna bring some California what to our classroom? And these kids are on the spectrum, and we trying to get them to identify something as simple as red, yellow, and green. We like, you got your work cut out for you. She's like, no, trust me. So, and I was one of the parents that always helped out in that classroom. I was that parent. When that teacher didn't have a substitute, I was there, right? So I had to check this out. I was doing yoga, right? And Lexus was here earlier talking about 3-year-olds having meltdowns and stuff like that. I was like, we're going to see how this works. Let me tell you. She tried it for a week, and then we're like, okay, how did it go? And the week that she stopped doing the yoga because she just wanted to do it for a week, that's when the kids had a meltdown. I was like, honey, if you better bring back that yoga. So yeah, these strategies, they can be done in the classroom. And again, we gotta let these teachers be teachers and let them try something new. But absolutely, I think the same coping methods, if we put them in these classrooms, they will work for these students and the teachers as well. So thank you.
Maybe reinstate PE as well.
Yes, I second that. If it's taken out, please put it back.
Yes.
Well, we'd like to thank everyone for your time. We hope you appreciated the panel. Thank you, ladies, for your insightful wisdom.
Good job. I'm telling you, you did a really good job. You did a very good job. Good job. I'm telling you, you did a very good job. You did a very good job. Bravo. Thank you so much for this conversation. Again, so much more to put in our pocket for continued possibilities and chats. Before we get started, I think maybe a stretch or just stand up, everyone. We stand up real quick, and if your table's a little lonely in terms of numbers, maybe you join the table next to you just in the standing portion, not necessarily sitting there, but if we can just have everyone rise Everyone rise, please, and make a full table with your body surrounding the table. Around the chairs, you can push them in safely, however you can make that possible. So that means you might want to join another table if you don't have a lot of people at your table. Come on in. Oh, no, we're not holding hands necessarily. We're just standing around the table. Okay, let's follow. I will repeat for clarity. Thank you for the encouragement. Everyone rise, find a table. Make sure that everyone at your table can see each other. Okay, Chris, maybe you all could join this table right here with Katarina and Matthew. Welcome to join. Thank you. Amazing. Okay, so this is called, it's a quick little energizer. When you hear the sound of my voice, clap once. Hear the sound of my voice, clap 2 times. All right. So this game or this energizer is called Zip. Say it with me, zip, zap, zop. Zip, zap, zop. So everyone kind of take your hands together and use a forward motion of only one hand and just say the sound zip. Zip. And then now put your hands back together. Zop. So zip, zap, zop. Okay, so put your hands down. So the goal is that everyone in your circle needs to get zipped, zapped, and zopped. However you do this, the only guidance is you cannot immediately turn to your right or to your left and zip zap the person next to you. You have to look in the eyes of the person you're about to zip zap and really feel the healing energy travel across the multiverse that is the table between you. And do this. All right? So the goal is that make sure that everyone in your circle has gotten zipped, zapped, or zopped. On the count of 3, 2, 1. All right. That was an amazing go at the practice of the zipping, the zapping, the zopping. Now, the final round is you're going to go one at a time, zipping, zopping, as if you were making a connection that is so intentional by looking each other in the eyes, making sure the other person acknowledges you're about to zip, zap, or zop them. And then when you have been zip, zapped, or zopped, you're not returning it to who sent it to you. You're zip, zap, or zopping someone in the circle who has yet to get zip, zapped, or zopped until everyone has gone on the possibility of zip, zapping, zop. All right, 3, 2, 1. And freeze. So since I love this. When the hand goes up, the mouth goes close. So the last part, what I really want to say is, what happens if one person is the initiator and it ends with another person and everyone's gone through? So I'm going to invite, let me see, at this table, Dr. Sonia. You're going to begin the zip, zap, and zopping over here. And Katarina, can you begin it at your table, the zip, zap, and zopping? So that means you go first, then the next person, all the way till we get through everyone in the circle. 3, 2, 1. All right, whenever you're ready, Katarina. Whenever you're ready, Dr. Sonia. Just one zip. And then they're going to zap someone. And then they're going to zop someone. And then they're going to zip someone. And then they're going to zap. Give yourselves a round of applause and take a seat, take a load off your feet. Take a seat, take a load off your feet and sit on down. What? Sit on down. Sit on down. Hope you feel the energy of what happens when you engage in a moment together for a common purpose, whether it is zip, zap, and zopping, whether it be forging solutions, discussing issues, and things that are really connected to the core of who you are, that move you and make you feel alive. May those moments continue in your life as we get ready to celebrate our experts who are coming up to discuss how to overcome challenges and how those moments of what we just did by having fun can present possibilities to really maximize learning, hearing, being present, because we are now in our whole body. Our session is a fireside chat called The Past, Present, and Future Beyond FDA Mandates. FDA mandates play a significant role in our lives, whether we engage actively or inactively on the conversations and decisions made that impact our health, that impact our systems, that impact access to food, food that is living food, and pharmaceuticals, any supports that are needed for life quality as such. These fireside chats on FDA mandates educate stakeholders, professionals, and policymakers, and most importantly, the consumers, their families, and decision makers. Please join me in welcoming our speakers on stage, Gaina Whitaker and Barry Holmes Jr.
Down here.
Okay. All right. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to everyone here in the audience and to all of our viewers at home and abroad. My name is Barry Holmes Jr. I'm the Vice President of Genesis Medical Research Group. And what my company has done is created a diversity certification for patient-facing healthcare and clinical research professionals to be more understanding and educated and even more so confident when engaging diverse and underrepresented populations and recruiting them into clinical trials. Today's topic has become a little personal to me due to the fact that I was actually able to write an article in the Interim magazine, which was created by Myra Farmville. Please feel free to look her and the magazine up on LinkedIn at the name Interim Visits. And by me being able to actually write an article and now speak on it, as I said, it become a little bit more personable to me in a sense of understanding that there are definitely many layers of conversation that we can have to this particular topic in regards to FDA mandates. I just wanted to reference two in particular that I believe will hit home for everyone that is watching and in attendance right now. The first one I want to speak on is inevitability. So I want to first pose a question to everyone in the audience and, of course, viewers at home. There are three specific answers that I'm looking for that I want to ask of you, and that will be pertinent to my conversation. And I wanted to know what three things in life that we know of that are inevitable. Taxes. What was that? Death over here? Death. Any more? It's a good one. Joy. So the other two that I had in mind for this particular conversation are time and change. Change is something that is inevitable. No matter how small or how big, no matter in what realm or facet, change is always going to come. Just as things are born, things die. And sometimes things don't die. Sometimes they evolve into something a little better, and it enables it to grow even more. For instance, in August of 2010, the FDA introduced and established the Affordable Care Act, which basically established its Office of Minority Health with the goal of reducing health disparities in diverse and underserved populations. And there were three other acts that followed after this one, which concluded with the Depict and Reform Act, which mandated increasing diversity in clinical trials by requiring specific data on clinical trial participant demographics and providing resources to underrepresented populations. They also mandated and made sure that all sponsors were to create and follow through with a diversity action plan, which in layman's terms is basically making sure that all sponsors have specific rules and guidelines that they have to follow and show metrics for when recruiting all diverse and underserved populations into clinical trials. Excuse me. as I said, with the change and with this being mandated and all of the other, I would say, happenings within the government in regards to DE&I and the doing away of different positions in different companies, as well as affirmative action. Even with this change that has come, as I said, where things are born, things die. A colleague of mine who I was just on a webinar with, his name is Michael Young, I'm hoping that he's watching right now, when asked a question about the D&I initiative and the direction that it will be taking going forward and how the industry is in a very much of a hurry up and wait pattern right now, awaiting to see who takes the realm or takes the helm in regards to our presidency and which direction that now healthcare will take in regards to the FDA and Congress, Congress and FDA mandates that have been put into place. The name of the term that he told me in the webinar was JEDI, and JEDI stands for Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. By making sure that we include the justice that's needed for all the different disparities dating all the way back to Henrietta Lacks, as we've mentioned a few times during this conference, and the Tuskegee experiments, and the many other atrocities that we've experienced, they all have culminated in the change that has started back in August of 2010 and now leading up to 2024, where it's passing the law, the Depict and Reform Acts. Now, the next thing I wanted to reference is perseverance during the work. I have many high school and college graduates in the room, but I would challenge my next question to how many married couples do we have? How many with children, grandchildren? So I would definitely attest to the fact that we all have, excuse me, certain commonalities, and that is understanding how to persevere through any and all adversities, because none of what we just, or I just referenced was easy to get through. All of them had different hurdles, different trials and tribulations that we had to maneuver, and different ways that we had to adapt in order to reach and supersede our goals. And it's this perseverance that I want to challenge and charge all patient-facing healthcare and clinical research professionals with. Understanding that no matter what is happening within the government, no matter who actually ascends to the presidency position, equity is still needed in healthcare. Justice is still needed in healthcare. Diversity and inclusion is still needed within healthcare. And all of the work and the things that we have done thus far cannot be stopped or hindered in any way just because of who takes the office. When the smoke clears from all of the conversations and the different, verbal wars that have been had within the Congress walls that I'm sure we've seen on CNN and CSNBC have been very, very crazy, understanding again that there is still a level of equity that we all must have, and that is truly focused on within Genesis Medical Research Group diversity certification, that I really feel as though it should be a standard across the industry, due to the fact that not only are our current professionals that are in the industry, not everyone knows what it is to understand the different biases that we go through or the different disparities that different nationalities face daily, not even just in trying to be recruited into clinical trials and not knowing the information that they need to even participate. Some of their physicians and doctors are not even participating in the clinical trials, so that of course is going to hinder the patients from being able to get the information as well. Following along with the doctors that don't know and are not participating in conducting clinical trials. I also want to speak to the doctors that understand the business side of the medicine, and that when you're running a site and you have different people that you employ, there's a schedule that must be kept. There's time limits that you have with certain patients in order to be able to not only convey your information, but to receive information from them to give them the best health care. And again, I want to charge all patient-facing professionals to understand that the equity that is needed, even though you may have let's say a 15-minute window of dealing with patients, it only takes 2 minutes to create that bond. It only takes 2 minutes to create that camaraderie. It only takes 2 minutes to build that conversation that's needed to open up the door of trust and possibly bridge the gap of trust that is that exists between healthcare professionals and patients. And then also understanding, because I don't want to charge only the doctors as well, but within a site there are many workers that are there. And again, that 2 minutes doesn't necessarily have to come just from the physician. There are many other people within that office, and when that patient walks in, the 2 minutes talking to the person at the receptionist desk, or the 2 minutes talking to the person that may be drawing blood, or the 2 minutes talking to the nurse, it's those 2 minutes where they will find that comfort and that safety and security that they need to be able to open up and be willing to open up and share and not have the hesitancy of being judged in any type of manner. And lastly, I would charge to, sorry, I'm trying to back up my notes here. And lastly, I would like to charge all of our sponsors, organizations, companies that exist that are more than just one entity, that we need to learn how to share. We need to learn how to share. With so many different companies, so many different ways of tackling similar interests, there needs to be an open lane of communication of some type of conglomerate, if you will, that is put together so that we are all on one united front, at least speaking to the same understandings in specific topics, so that way that it can be presented to patients so that we won't have to feel as if there's only one person that they can speak to. There's only one doctor office or only one type of information that they can trust. Coming to a united front and everyone having a similar goal of making sure that equity for all in this world is going to be the true change that's needed within the industry. I would like to open it up for any type of questions or comments. Anyone, please, that would like to act? Yes, sir. Let me give you a mic.
Oh, I got it.
I'm right here. I got you. A dear former colleague of mine, Paula Lima Jones, who led our diversity, equity, and inclusion at Miss Hall's School in Pittsfield, Mass., instituted a Jedi Day where students and adults actually picked a topic they wanted to talk about with that. And she also added an extra I to the end for identity. And I think it was such a wonderful addition to those 4 powerful terms that need their own time. It was such a cool idea. So thank you for sharing that again. I appreciate it.
Very much so. And I wanted to speak to that I as well. And as many other panel discussions that I've heard today that have spoken about being able to identify with someone that is of a like complexion or a like nationality when you do come into an office, that gives another layer of comfort and security, being willing to open up and share the things that are going on with you and your health. Yes, ma'am.
My question is, do you also partner with other healthcare? I mean, not healthcare. Health insurance companies such as the HMOs of the world as well?
It's a good question. So what we do and what we are charging are the sites that we do our certifications for is to include them and bring them to the table. We understand that sites are, especially in 2024, they don't have the most money to be able to go around and spread out for different things, this and that. But the sponsors are the ones that are requesting and now requiring for these sites to be certified in order to truly contribute to the diversity action plan. And so again, by bringing them to the table and having them see that this site has participated in the certification, they now are able to recruit within this type of disease for this type of trials. It gives them the understanding and more of an incentive to not only pay for the site's certification, but to speak on it and advertise it as well, so that more sites will be more willing to participate in the certification. Yes, sir.
I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about how your process of developing your own certification.
So our certification that we develop is actually an online certification. So we have a whole curriculum that you're able to go online and take part in the different courses. It's very interactive. There's gamification, which makes it very engaging, and it gives a nice in-depth look into the history of healthcare, the things that we've been through, what we're going through presently, and what we look towards in the future. We also do, and what I personally have a little bit more of a personal feeling towards, is we do face-to-face trainings. So in a room like this, say maybe 30 people, which would make it a lot more engaging, a lot more personable, enabling myself and or whoever may be moderating to be able to ask more personable questions, enabling people to be able to become comfortable with the uncomfortable topics that are within our curriculum.
And just one quick follow-up. So, because I'm thinking about having my own certification or something, but like, was it hard to sort of socialize the idea to different organizations that they need to take this certification seriously?
Good question. The beauty of our certification is that what we're doing is an anomaly. It's never been done before, and it's something that is already a hot topic of conversation, but without proper direction, it has, by bringing it to a topic head, it has enabled them to now open the questions up to the higher ups of what is it that we're actually specifically requiring of the sites that we're charging to do these trials for us, and that's what's enabled even more conversation.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say thank you both for doing the work, right? As a fellow clinical researcher and very familiar with this, right now it's just a mandate, right? So one thing that I've spoke on is like, do we do things because it's the right thing to do, or do we do things because we're scared of legal implications, right? Mm-hmm. Because a lot of times in our industry, unfortunately, sites and sponsors don't move unless it's made legal into law, and they actually get penalized or for doing it. So my question to you is kind of looking at the future. How are sites, how are sponsors, how are businesses responding to this? Because this is a wonderful program that you all have created, because it just makes you think back to the COVID research, right? I forgot which, not AstraZeneca, the other one, they were getting ready to get to market first. Mm-hmm. But when they looked at the research, it was all white. There was not one piece of diversity in there. Shout out to Dr. Jane Morgan for writing a letter and saying, hey, I know you're about to be first to market with this drug, but you don't have any diversity in your plan. So, y'all help me out. Which one did Dolly Parton? Moderna. So Moderna was going to beat, I think, Pfizer. They were going to beat Pfizer, but they pulled that research back and redid it with minorities. So then Pfizer was the first to market with the drug. Yes. But I just wanted to see, how did you think, or how did you feel in your opinion? How was it going with circulating this training out there?
So,
can I just say one thing?
Yes, you can.
What the enemy mean for bad, God meant it for good. Despite this being something that is a mandate, our training is designed to change the hearts and the minds of people, to change the landscape. That's why we're looking for ambassadors and people who take this seriously, because once you take this training, you should be changed. Just if you know just a little bit more, that you could move this forward, not just in healthcare, but then within the world. That's why people this is dangerous and people are afraid of it, because it could change the dynamics. Like, we might actually have equity one day. We might have to, but not only that, regardless of this being a mandate, and I've been in this industry, and my MBA is in pharmaceutical marketing and healthcare management, and I said this 15 years ago when I was sitting in my St. Joe's class, that the insurance company is going to be looking at this as well from a payer perspective, that why would I pay you $15,000 for a cancer therapy that we don't know if it works in this patient population? Or how about if we have data on this? This company did the research and they have the evidence. We're going to pay them, not them. So it's going to affect the bottom line eventually one day. So people can play if they want to, but the evidence will speak for itself. So for me, I'm just on a whole nother level because I see greater than what is seen here. Like we know we're taking notes on those who saying, okay, we just going to wait. Okay, we're going to see what happens, right? But just be in the line and you're going to come last. But we see a lot of people who are excited about it now who saying, I'm just trying to get the money up, and we'll work with them. You want this? Be an ambassador? We got you. And we'll make sure you're taken care of. Babe, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder, but this is really important. And you did such a fine, great, fantastic job. But you know how I feel about this. It's more than just a checkbox, and I know what the diversity action plan is, and I work in this space every day. But I know it's something greater, and that's why I want people to catch on and do this. Not for me personally, like to do for my business, but I want this to be a heart conversion. But it's up to us to take this to the next level to validate this. So.
Just to add a little tidbit, we're not trying to steal your thunder though. It's nice that it's going to be a heart, it's going to change your heart, but I have never understood, and being in clinical research, it'll be a disease that's specific to a certain population and you're not testing that population. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. For example, black men are affected more by prostate cancer. So in the prostate cancer trials, what do we see? Not black men. So we see white men, right? So the majority, so if anybody doesn't know, the majority of participants in clinical trials are white heterosexual males. So if you do not fall into that category and you're not participating in a clinical trial, when that drug hits the market, I tell people all the time, look, either you going to participate in a trial voluntarily or you're going to participate involuntarily when the drug hits the market, and then you don't know how it's going to react in your system because we didn't have a great diverse pool. So I think that you all doing the work is amazing. I will shout it from the rooftops. You want me to post you on LinkedIn, girl, whatever y'all need, because this is needed in this community, because we do not know how the drugs react in everyone, and then it'll hit the market, and then that you get that drug call 1-800 bad drug if you've been affected by, because we didn't have the research in the beginning to actually know how the drug was going to react in any kind of individual other than a heterosexual white male.
Very much so.
I want to say one last thing, just to piggyback on that, was because it's a fireside chat. We chatting, right? So it's the bridge has to come between the sponsors, healthcare professionals, but we can't negate the community. All of our different communities, and with Genesis Deal, we talked about the modules, but we're out doing webinars for our community. We have a page that we run to give information, and we don't force people to get into clinical trials. I say, know the facts and make a decision based on the information that's available, because there's a lot of myths, a lot of misunderstandings about clinical trials, about pharma. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it in our communities, because I don't care what color you are. I didn't talk to any race, but by the time you finish, you say, okay, well, okay, now I'm informed a little bit more. I can make a decision. So we want to give you the information so that you can make a decision, because yes, these drugs will affect us, and the older we get, we know, I might have to take blood pressure medication. Is this going to be right for me? I might have to take diabetes medication. Does this work for me? All these obesity studies going on. Is this the right dosage for me with my BMI? We need to understand that we play a role in this as well. So we're bridging the gap between the healthcare industry, patients, the community, so that we're all aligned and that we all have the same information. So this is a movement. If you want to join the movement, you could get on our page.
I just wanted to say one thing. Again, I don't want to steal your thunder, but
That's 4 people that said that.
hey, okay, all right. So,
That's a great topic.
so I was diagnosed and this is a real life example. I had some arthritis pain, and I went to my doctor, and she gave me a medicine. I don't want to name it. It was for arthritis, and I took it for 3 months, and I developed a heart condition. So, knowing my history of blood pressure and everything, I went back home and I'm having these heart conditions where it started mirroring angina and heart pain and all that stuff. And I'm almost 50, so hey, it's okay if I have a heart problem. But so my brother took me to the hospital. But he took me to the hospital, and as my blood pressure was going up, their color was fading, my daughter and my brother, because they love me a lot. And as my blood pressure went down, their colors were coming and going, and they really keep me dear, so they were really worried about that situation. And then it came to my mind all of a sudden after I went through an angiography. I was diagnosed with a heart condition, and then the doctors put me on two medications for for something that I have, but I didn't have the angina pain till before I took that medication. Now, I wish that my doctor had more information about that, but here's the deal. But I had to do the homework, and I had to educate my doctor. And that's not what should have happened. Because how I did the homework was my ex-mother-in-law took the same medication, and the next day she ended up in the hospital. She had to have angioplasty and angiography. But I missed that puzzle piece, and that's when I realized that one of the side effects is a heart condition. So what you're doing is phenomenal. And I think you guys are going to save lives.
So I just wanted to try to answer, hopefully, the question that you actually did ask. I know you guys had a great conversation between you. I understand that that companies, as I said, that because this is an anomaly, there's going to be a lot of hesitation. There's going to be a lot of questions, and the majority of the questions that they're asking are questions that we can't answer because this has never been done before. So that's what puts them even further into the hesitancy hole, and we've received some no's along our journey. But as I've told our CEO when we are in a streak of news, that the circle back is real. Circle back is real, and as they continue on and try to make decisions that are circumnavigating around facing the uncomfortable conversations that we are facing within the certification, the majority of the time, I can safely say that they actually do circle back to us and try to re-enter that conversation to receive the certification. So that has given me a lot of faith going forward to know that the hurry up and wait that I've found within this industry, that there is a circle back, that they do come back around, that they do have to re-question themselves and actually come up with something definitive. And if and when they don't, they do ask questions.
And it's just not okay to bring like all these pharmaceutical companies coming in and doing these breakfasts, and the doctors giving out samples of those medications just because of that. I just think it has a huge effect on patients, and I think we all get victim to that. So I think you guys are doing an amazing job.
I also would like to make a comment on that because from a personal experience with my husband, your pharmacist, believe it or not, they know more than the doctor does on these prescriptions because the doctor gave my husband a prescription to get filled. We're getting it filled. The pharmacist looks and he says, "Shirley, I can't fill this." I said, "Well, why not?" He said, "Because your husband is taking this. They counteract and he will have a problem."
Yes.
So I think the pharmacist, because my husband was given the wrong medication and he almost died.
Thank you for that story, and it just reinforces the need for diversity and inclusion. I've just been given a 5-minute window, so I want to thank again everyone in attendance and everyone watching YouTube and worldwide. Thank you for this participation. This change is truly needed within the industry, and with Genesis Medical Research Group and all of your help, we will get there. Thank you.
Good job. G-O-O-D-J-O-B. Good job, good job. Yeah, take a moment to laugh at life because you have moments that will test you. And the answers are not really A, B, C, D. They're breathe, feel less than happy, feel stress, or just pause. So we just have so many possibilities. Thank you so much to our panelists. We're so grateful. Safe travels home. We will miss you. Bye-bye. Give them one more round of applause. Oh, yes, the hugs. Our next session that we'll be beginning in about a minute is going to be one more fireside chat before we get ready to go for the evening. I would love to invite you all very quickly to stay at the end for a special kind of closeout moment. And then we do have a couple interviews that follow. We want to welcome you to take any pictures that you would like outside afterwards when we are done. And the last announcement is I just want to give a really special shout out to everyone who is behind a camera right now, who is listening to an audio, who is looking at the internet, ensuring that this live stream is happening right now, everyone who is working back all over behind a computer and just making sure this event happens. To everyone on the team, to our to everyone, to the founders, and everyone who is here in the hotel as well in Las Vegas. So let's just give them a quick recognition with applause. Thank you so much. We'd love to thank also Yashpal in the back. Everyone say, hey, Yashpal. Thank you so much. Yeah, tell me, just like with your Oscar voice, just like this, after 3 days, Oscar, thank you so much. All right, everyone, I'd love to welcome to the stage our next speakers that will be closing us out and pulling everything that we've discussed for these past 3 days together here in Las Vegas. This topic, empowering lifelong learning, fostering a learning to learn skills for continuous growth. This notion that it is an ongoing journey, it will continue every day we have breath, and everyone can be our teacher. In today's world, knowledge and skills quickly become a need of updating, and at the same time, learning to learn skills empower individuals to adapt, learn new skills, and stay relevant in their careers and personal pursuits. This is a perfect opportunity to explore the idea of lifelong learning and how fostering this in young people, in each other, and everyone that we meet for the sake of personal growth can truly open doors we thought unimaginable, encourage curiosity, exploration, and intellectual possibilities beyond what we understand as formal education and schooling. Please join me in welcoming our experts on stage, Dr. Sonia S. Gaither and Christopher Willett.
Hello, folks.
Hello, hello.
Happy Sunday evening in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So Dr. Gaither and I have two distinguished honors right now. The first is to follow such a passionate and powerful and important presentation before us. So that is the first honor. We get to follow that. And then the second honor is to be the last session on a 3-day conference in the world of education and healthcare where people have lives, they have business, they have jobs they need to go. So thank you for being here. And thank you to those folks who were actually had to leave because we know how busy and important your worlds are too. So thank you to everybody. And we're here to talk about lifelong learning. And I know that both of us are lifelong learners as well. And I need to say, every single person I have met to date is a lifelong learner because I have not yet met a human who does not want to learn more about something. We're able to narrow down our focus as we get older, and yet we still want to know more. And at the same time, It is one of the most challenging things and is so much easier said than done to instill that intrinsic motivation in humans to continue that process when they have met bumps on the road. They have had interactions with teachers, with peers, with family members that have dimmed that light for lifelong learning. So that's why we're here today. So thank you so much for that. If we were to oversimplify this topic, we could break it down into two things. On my side, we're looking at effective time management.
And on my side, information literacy.
Heck yeah. So
I have a couple of questions for you all. Can you tell us about a time where you wanted to or needed to search for information? And if so, just throw out like what topics?
I am always looking and searching for information. And my topics range from Q-tips to rocket ships.
There you go.
It's awesome.
Anybody else?
It's kind of candid to what we were talking to earlier. As a somewhat new mother, I am always Googling symptoms or looking for symptoms or trying to find a book on, maybe holistic medicine. What can we do outside of just drugs? Mm-hmm. So anything and everything to probably do with parenthood. Why do children cry? Yes. All of the things.
Yeah.
Based on my experience at this conference, I did a lot of Googling and searching for how to create your own conference. So yeah, that's been an interesting, quick journey.
Okay. And so with everybody researching something, what challenges have you come across trying to find the information that you have been searching for?
A reliable source
Mm-hmm.
besides Google
We're
and
gonna talk about it.
Wikipedia.
We're going to talk about it.
Or even just finding resources, one thing about people, right? Like, it's one thing to look at an article on Google, but I want to talk to somebody who's done it before. So maybe researching to find someone who's done it before, who's familiar with it, so I can reach out to them.
All right, wonderful. So with that, Chris?
So I think we started by asking you to share a little bit about when you've sought out information and when you've run into like roadblocks. I'm going to ask you to join me in something a little bit silly, but it's something that I am going to ask everybody to stand up. This activity is called 1 minute grounding. In a second, I'm going to ask everybody to close their eyes. And then when I say go, I want you to sit down when you think 1 minute has passed. All right, close your eyes, please. Let me get my timer out. Go. When you do finally sit down, make sure you open your eyes and look around the room. Those of us still standing can keep their eyes closed. I'm going to stop us on this activity as we still have a couple humans standing. And so we can open our eyes. But we just experienced the biggest challenge to time management. And I'm going to ask the audience to share what they noticed. Those of us who sat down and saw people still standing, what did we notice? Yeah, I heard more people were sitting than standing.
I noticed the couple that were, still standing because in my mind, I know that when I'm planking, so I pretty much kind of recognize a minute. But as far as time management itself in the real world, besides that, I have no idea.
So I was strategic about it. I was counting. I was like,
That's
1,
what I
2,
thought.
3, 4. I counted for 60 seconds, and I was like, well, I count kind of fast. So let me go to 67 because I count fast, and that might not be it. So, but strategically, I was thinking, okay, he said a minute. All right, that's 60 seconds. Let's just start counting.
I just want, do we have one more comment maybe?
I was just saying, I was not counting. I could see like the stop clock like in my head and thinking, okay, how quickly it moves, and then I just guesstimated.
That minute can be a long time, but yet, again, it can be a short minute, too.
There's a great line in the movie Deep Blue Sea. LL Cool J delivers it, and he says, time is relative. If you put your finger on a hot stove for a second, it can feel like an hour. And if you put your finger on a hot woman for an hour, it can feel like a second. However, I'm just going to share with all of you wonderful humans that people sat down anywhere from 44 seconds, and we still had people standing at 1.5 minutes when I asked us to stop the activity. What that actually shows us is that we don't actually have a great sense of what a minute is and the time that we have. In 10 years of running this activity with both students and adults every year, I've had 2 students and 0 adults get it right. Hit the mark on a minute. The 2 students, one was a musician, had a really good metronome sense. The other one had no strategy at all, didn't count, just sat down right at 60 seconds. And I believe the phrase is, even a blind squirrel gets a nut every once in a while. So, we're going to keep going. Dr. Gaither, through your lens as Dean of Libraries, could you share some of the struggles through your insight that your students are facing when it comes to information literacy?
Yes. So I see this in 2 ways, and we've kind of talked about some of this when we were talking about K-12 strategies and helping the students in that arena. So from the university and college standpoint, the students will come in with very little information-seeking skills, and we, the librarians, will work with faculty to offer library orientation classes to teach them how to use the library so they can do their assignments, work on their projects. And we try to instill in them that this is a process. It doesn't start and stop with that class, but it continues on. It carries on if you plan to go to grad school. If you're going into the workforce, you'll need to know how to find information there. We're also finding that when we partner with K-12, the students, they don't have the research skills either, so we've tried to partner with the schools to teach those students how to do research as well. So that is probably the biggest challenge that we have with just the students coming in not being fully prepared and trying to make sure that we teach them those skills. And the first question we get is, why do we have to do this? It's important to have those skills so that you can find the information, because you're always going to need the information. Hence, me asking earlier, what do you look for information on? Because we can look for information on anything. And if you don't know, we're not always going to know the answer immediately, and you're not going to find somebody that might know. So you have to know how to go and find the information yourself.
Thank you so much for sharing that challenge with our participants here still. Mm-hmm. Can you share some of the strategies you use to combat such a wide, challenge for the students coming into the higher ed side?
Yeah, so basically what we do is we just try to break it down into small pieces, and we find out what it is that they need depending on the assignment or their project, and just break it down into small pieces. In our field, there tend to be, depending on who you ask, between 5 to 10 official research steps, and we just start there and break each step down and explain what the step means, give them examples, and then say, now you go and practice. So it's not just giving them the theory and how to do it, but now you need to go practice it. And then, and all of that, a lot of times is culminated with the assignment or the project that the student has to do that might be due at some time during the semester, where they have to submit it to their professor. And sometimes we partner with the professors and they will show us the work, so we can just double check to make sure that what they have found was credible.
When you set up students to practice, which I think is one of the most important tools, is that practice free from like assigning a grade to it, or is it in the time frame you have? They're like, that practice is still like
It's
they
a
need
combination
to do it.
of both. Faculty would do it a lot of different ways. Sometimes they will break the assignment up into pieces and they'll grade them along the way. Sometimes it's that one time that we get to teach how to use the library, and we'll practice, and we'll say, well, okay, we might have time to give you a laptop, and this is, you tell us what your topic is, and you practice it in class. Or what we'll do is when we're teaching, we'll ask them to give us their topic, and we'll use it as a demonstration, and then have them to talk us through, do you think this is good? Do you think it's bad? Can you use this? So it just depends on the timing and, you know, what we're trying to accomplish at that point.
Thank you for sharing the biggest challenge and also the strategy you use to combat that. We have a moment here where we'd love to hear, are there any audience thoughts or questions around this information literacy? Just go ahead.
I've got a question because, can you hear it? My question is, with the libraries and the different learnings, how, does your library still have the library card lookup? Do you have the students use those? Because I still think that it is a necessary learning skill that these should be teaching the students that.
So most, if not all, libraries have gone away with the card catalog. Everything has gone electronic now, and so what we do teach is how to use the online system and be able to, what I like to do with my students is, what is your topic? If your topic has to do, we'll say women, okay, what are all the words associated with women? Girls, woman, women, ladies. Think of all the relevant words. Think about everything that you want to know about your topic, and we're going to brainstorm, and we're going to think outside the box. I always tell my students that. And then we just kind of go from there, and everything is embedded within the online catalog, as opposed to going through the manual card catalog like we used to do. So there is a way to still find that information, and we have the C also and the SARS attached, embedded into the online system. So it's different, but yet it's still the same.
Thank you for that question. We got one more?
Yes, I'm probably dating myself, but I actually remember when people were getting degrees in library science, because as Shirley was mentioning, even though a lot of the skills we learned manually has gone digital and online, I think they are still important building blocks maybe for early learning, like maybe kids K-3. I think it's still important to teach them the Dewey Decimal System, right? And show them how that now translate online and is being used online, and the way they, like you said, catalog, because these are skills, building block skills that they're going to need when they start getting into middle school and high school, and
Right.
they have to have all these different classes and all these different things to look up. They are forgetting foundational skills of cataloging, categorizing, ordering. Things are in an array, you know, to find things. And I don't think people understand that there really is a masterful skill of finding information in a world that is a maze of information. Like, what is it the Congress Library, the biggest library in the world?
Library of Congress, yes.
Yeah. Right. So, we were doing the whole time thing. All of that has sped up, of course. And like, I spent many years in customer service, and I love that exercise. And after all these years, I still can't get it right. But what they were teaching us, and you're right, time is relative, because in customer service, someone standing there for a minute before they even acknowledge that they need help or whatever, you might say, "Excuse me, I'll be with you in a minute."
Mm-hmm.
And then they're standing there, and it might be 30 seconds, but for that customer, it might have felt like 20 minutes before you got to them. Or, you know, when I used to work with banking and we were solving problems, every minute a problem exists, that was $1 million of opportunity cost or loss. So, you know, there was no time to go over a minute. Can you explain the whole time concept, right? And how does that relate in the world of library science, and when you're dealing with your customers, your profile of people that you work with?
So for us, I wanted to address you mentioned Dewey Decimal. So in public libraries, there's the Dewey Decimal System and how the books are arranged. And in academic libraries, there's the Library of Congress classification. Two systems, they do the same thing. It's the way in which books are organized by the subject and the authors and dates. But as far as the time, how that impacts us, when we're teaching students how to do research, we have to let them know that you need to pace yourself, because first of all, you have to know your due date, and work backwards from that due date, because it's going to take you time to do your searching. So identify how much time it's going to take you to plan your search strategies and start implementing those strategies. Identify the resources that you need to be able to look at to get the information. Once you've done that, if you've determined that you found some resources that are useful, but your local library, your academic library, your public library does not have that information, then what you'll need to do is ask our interlibrary loan specialists to request that information from you. And that's where time becomes an issue, because if you've waited to the last minute and you've made a request of another school to get that information, you may not get it in time. Also, every library with the interlibrary loan program, they process their resources in a different, in different times. So like my library, we try to process requests within 48 hours. And most of the time they're processed within 12 hours. So the sooner you can get them processed and get it over to the other school, then the request is out of our hand, which means that that other school will take time to process. So if their staff is out, if their policy is to process requests within 36 hours, then you've just added additional time, and all these things we don't know. So you want to give yourself enough time during this research process to allow for all of these different policies and the time frame that we may not be aware of, because we don't share our workflows with each other. But we try to say, hey, if you want this, you need to allow 24 to 48 hours or whatever the case may be, just to be on the safe side so that you get your materials in the time frame that you need to be able to use it for your assignment.
I just have one question. What advice do you give to maybe a student, procrastinators that miss the time? I was guilty. Okay. Procrastinators who, okay, they're not going to meet the time, but they're repeatedly using maybe a Google as their source of truth. How do you help those students in also identifying what in your research is a credible source?
So we do teach the students how to identify what's credible and what's not. We always tell them, don't start with Google. Of course, that'll be the first place they look for. And in my teachings, what I always do, and I always get the surprise look, we didn't know this. So if you're going to use Google, okay, but let me tell you a trick. Use Google Scholar. A lot of people don't know about that. So scholar.google.com, and that will help you find information that's more credible. It's linked to a lot of libraries' resources. So it's already been vetted, and a lot of times you get the full text from the website without having to go to a library website to do the research. As far as the procrastination, we just tell them you're going to have to do better next time and keep trying, because this is tied to your grade. And a lot of times, the faculty member will have that conversation with them as well, and we'll just say you need to come and see us a lot sooner so that we can help you with this process if you still need help. And we also have at our library, and a lot of libraries have this too, academic libraries have what we call liaison programs. So you have a librarian that's assigned a particular subject area, and so that student can go to that particular librarian and say, hey, I have a question about business or education or health, and will you please help me? I have this research project, and we'll be able to work directly with that person.
And that's a kind of a great segue into my side. And due to time constraints, we're going to truncate my piece a little bit. So I'm going to go somewhat faster than I normally do. But we saw the biggest challenge to time is that we all have a different sense of like even a minute. And it's further complicated in how we use our 86,400 seconds daily by the fact that it's time, it's not time management, it's our full executive functioning kind of spectrum, right? So students have to balance out their impulse control so that their train can stay on the track and they can stay focused. And we know our science tells us that people can stay focused for about 20 to 40 minutes. Some people can train that up to 80 minutes, but really 20 to 40 minutes is your focus train. They need to manage their emotions. Dr. Bill Preble, he taught us that you can't learn when your pants are on fire. So if you aren't aware of your emotions and your emotions are dysregulated, you're going to have a really hard time doing that research. They need to have flexibility, and that flexibility needs to be strong enough so that they actually can shift their train if the information for their task tells them to shift their train, but they need to have that flexibility of mind, and that's one of the hardest things to do when you are convinced that you are researching the thing that you want to research and that it's not going to steer you anywhere else. They got to master planning and prioritization. They have to plan because if you do the easy assignments first and then fall asleep and then your hardest assignment is due that first block the next day, odds are you're not going to wake up early enough to get that difficult assignment done. So you have to really plan and prioritize, and if you plan for 20 minutes and your task takes 90 minutes and you haven't banked any extra time, your entire schedule is thrown off. So students have to master that planning and prioritization. They also need a strong system of organization, because if you can't find the work you just spent all of your time on the night before, then it's almost as if you just wasted all of that time. It's not fully wasted time, because I believe the learning and the growth in practice that happens is really important, and yet you're getting penalized. Your paycheck is getting docked in the classroom because you couldn't turn that assignment in. So I think we need to move on just to kind of the things that I have done that have been really beneficial for our students, just in the sake of time. So the first and foremost is I share my mistakes. I celebrate them. I call them ta-da moments. The level of eye expansion when I talk to my students and show them my own doom pile, doom meaning didn't organize, only moved, that I have to navigate through. And they're like, well, you have the same struggle. It's like, absolutely. That's why I'm so good at telling you what you could do differently to get it right, because I struggle with that same thing. And then I have 3 activities that I start doing with our 9th graders and then remind them throughout their time in the school. That first one we did today, the 1-minute grounding activity, like I said, I've only had 2 students nail that in 10 years. So that really helps our 9th graders see that everyone has a different sense of time. The second one is called 86,400. I gave that secret away. I told you we have 86,400 seconds in our day, but you give that activity to students and say you have $86,400 to spend. You can't put any of that money in the bank. You can't invest any of that money. What are you going to do with it? You don't get it back if you don't spend it. And students go through the day and they give everything away. They pay their parents' bills. They pay off their cars. I'm like, I don't think you know what $86,400 actually gets you in this world. And that's not the point, right? We get to the point that you only have those seconds in the day, and it's a finite amount of time. And if you have gone through that day, they're gone. You don't have that back. And the last one I call Race to the Aces. And I give each group a deck of cards. A bunch of the decks have all the cards mixed up. One of the decks usually has all 4 aces in a row. And the idea is the team that finds the 4 aces the fastest or in the quickest manner, actually they're the winners. And then the whole point of that is to show that if you have a system of organization, you can get the information you need faster than you can if it's all disorganized and it's all kind of a mess. And I think, in the honor of everybody's time for a 3-day conference, we are going to cede our time to the closing activity and let Malika get up here too. Thank you.
A great job. Out with the old, in with the great. It's a new remix, so please don't hate. You did a great job. A great job. You did a great job. A great job. Yes, yes, yes. So let's see if we can do this in lightning warp speed. Everyone find someone that you have not spoken to in the last hour. All right? And pair up with that person. All right? So I want everyone in the room that's here to pair up with someone. If we can do it kind of towards the middle of the room so the camera can kind of capture, they like to see, some of this and be able to experience what we are doing. We're modeling many strategies for facilitation, team building, forging authentic community, a sense of belonging, sharing. All right, so everyone find a pair, find someone. Autumn, can you join in so that we can have even numbers? Thank you so much. All right, so is everyone paired with someone? I love how you just made a line without being asked, and we don't actually need to make a line, but it's perfect setup. This is what happens when you spend 3 days together in Las Vegas. You can speak to each other in ways that you never knew was possible. And you just understand, you walk down the street and you look at someone, I understand. It's 110 degrees. I have no words either, right? Like, this is the way. So, all right, we are going to do rock, scissors, paper. Did I say it right, Autumn? Every time in English, it's so difficult for me, okay? In my country, we say ka, chi, pun, and you let it out on the pun, okay? But not, pun. Just ka, chi, pun, just the words, okay? So you and your partner can coordinate. However, you're going to do the best 3 out of 5, okay? Best 3 out of 5. When you win, you stay standing and wait for the next person that is available to play with. If you, for some reason, did not win the 3 out of 5, you're just going to take a seat, take a load off your feet, but you're going to be the encouragers. You're going to encourage your person who just, won the 3 out of 5. You're going to, yes, cheer them on as they're doing what they're doing, okay? So this is going to get nice and fun, and then we're going to calm us down afterwards. On the count of 3, 2, 1, ga, chi, boom. All right, you're encouraging after you've waited. They're waiting for the partners. Now encourage them, encourage them. Yes. Whoever just beat you, that is the person you're encouraging the most. Go ahead, cheer them on. Go, Dr. Sonia. Go, Chris. Betty's waiting for a next participant, the next winner right there. Cheer them on. Go ahead, Crystal, cheer them on. Yes, yes. Who won over there? Derek? All right, go ahead, finish it off. Yes. Yes. Gachipon. All right, come on, cheer them on. Cheering on the victors. All right, we got the final 3 standing. Let's see what happens. Oh, it comes down to, who is it? Derek and Betty? Okay, Derek and Betty, come on, the final. All right, we need everyone to cheer for Derek and Betty. Cheer for them. Hey, Eddie. Oh, we got Betty fans in the house. We got some fans for Derek right here. This match here in Las Vegas, Nevada has gotten real serious. This is the final round, and what is about to happen? Oh, healing with health, education, and leadership. The winner of today's round is Derek. Woo! Now go ahead and find that same person you were playing with in the first round. Go ahead and find that same person. Okay. Now what we're going to try to do, instead of doing we can't really do it whatever we like. It's the third day, 5 o'clock, you don't have anywhere to go because obviously you're still here. I'm teasing. So the line that's in front, from Derek all the way down, I'm going to see if you all can form a very small circle. But this circle, you're facing each other. So kind of connect, right? Just the 5 of you. Just the 5 of you. Okay. And now I'm going to ask everyone else, actually, gentlemen who are standing, if you can help me push some tables apart so we widen the space for safety's sake. I'm going to come over here. Sometimes activities have to just drop the mic. So this is one of those moments. Okay, go ahead. And if you can center yourselves a little bit so there would be enough space for, say, for example, if people walked around you. So kind of get close enough like you like each other, shoulder to shoulder. All right. And if you could just move your whole circle in unison with Betty's lead, following, Betty's going to walk backwards about 3 steps, just together to the side, 3 steps. Just come more towards the middle. Yes. Yes, a little bit more. 3 more steps forward. There you go. Just move together. I love this synergy right there. Perfect. We're all exemplifying our theme of unity, resilience by just moving forward with these opportunities to engage. I would like to invite, if it's okay, anyone in the circle who's right there with Betty. Are you all, anyone opposed to being lightly tapped on the shoulder? Just want to check in. This is for consent. Okay, we're all good. Great. I want to ask for your trust and for you to close your eyes for a moment and just take a deep breath, leaning into the grounding that our previous presenters offered us. And everyone that's on the outside that has been paired up, I'm going to invite you to tap the shoulder of someone in the circle, and you can tap as many shoulders as you like, that you have learned from this weekend. Please go ahead, outer circle. So if you all can make kind of an outer circle together. That's right. And outer circle, go ahead. Tap the shoulder of someone this weekend that you have learned from. Give a loving squeeze to someone that is a change agent and a leader in their community. Tap the shoulder of someone who made you smile this weekend, someone whose presence made you smile and feel seen. Finally, tap the shoulder of someone you would like to stay connected with. Outer circle. Outer circle, inner circle, you may open your eyes. Thank you so much for your trust. Breathe in, wiggle those toes, and go ahead and step out to the outer circle. Outer circle, you all step into the middle. Act like you like each other, shoulder to shoulder. Shoulder to shoulder, very good. Same thing, just checking for consent. Anyone feel uncomfortable in the middle with shoulder taps? Shoulder loving squeeze, we're okay? All right, close your eyes, please. Invite your trust, breathe in deeply, grounding yourself in the present moment. And outer circle, please lovingly tap the shoulder of someone who now you see as a friend, someone you can see as a friend. Tap the shoulder of someone that you are grateful exists in this world. And if we can do the last few in silence, and then we will share our funness. Tap the shoulder of someone who is making a difference in other people's lives. Tap the shoulder of someone who you can see others looking up to. And finally, tap the shoulder of someone you'd like to collaborate with, see at another conference, and hopefully connect with again. All right. Inner circle, thank you so much. Wiggle those toes, wiggle those fingers, come right back, and step out into the outer circle. And just make one giant circle together, kind of being able to see everyone, see each other. Take a moment to acknowledge each other for being here at the final hours, allowing me to borrow a few minutes of your time after 5 o'clock, thanking each other for seeing each other. Now let's talk about this. And this is kind of a moment of popcorn where anyone can talk and just express. I'm going to do my best to come around with the mic, but if not, just speak as loudly as we can so we can capture. But it's really for us this moment, more so, okay? So it's okay if we just, you hear someone talk, go ahead and shout it out and share your idea. What are we feeling after this experience?
just so happens. I want to thank everyone because it helps me know that I can do more. Going back, and it also sparked some more ideas of how I can help even our younger generation, and just how really connected we are and influential to our next generation that's coming behind us.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the opportunity. It gives me more energy and fuel to keep going. Because, we get tired in this journey. And so we need something to push us so we can go a little bit further. So thank you for that.
I appreciate the standing because my little introverted, extroverted self is like, my battery is like this. So I appreciate the moving around, but I've appreciated all the insight, all of the different viewpoints, right? This wouldn't have necessarily been a conference that would be in my realm that I would normally attend. So I'm grateful for even the opportunity that it existed, because it put me in contact with people that I wouldn't normally be in front of or even talk to in my journey. I don't see a lot of teachers at any of my conferences. So it was just lovely to actually even interact and get different opinions and, kind of see what's going on in their world and how it affects, because they're teaching our future healthcare leaders, so just to even see that. So I appreciate the opportunity of being in front of a different audience.
Well, like I said, thank you to all of you who are leaders to our future students. This has really made an impact on my life because I've never spoken in public before.
Love it.
I want to recognize everyone that was here and everyone that's in the room, because I see brave risk takers. I see people who took the bull by the horns. I see people who decided to control and change their own destiny as well as others. So thank you so much, all of you entrepreneurs and trailblazers and change agents. Thank you.
All right, and the final question I have is, the experience we did right there, we can call that appreciation taps, when you offer affirmative feelings of love towards each other. And it's very possible that in spaces that we navigate or work in, even in our personal journeys, we may not get that validation, affirmation, and celebration for just existing, for doing what brings us joy, for what we are committed to. And so I invite you all to share maybe a word or two of what that felt like to receive those loving taps of appreciation and celebration. And you can just kind of popcorn. I'm not going to do the mic for this part.
I win. I'm just kidding.
Remember to post pictures of HEAL conferences, share what you experience here, share the power and possibility that there is when we forge authentic community and relationships, what it means to be seen, celebrated, and create those spaces, and also just to take a moment to just be, whether that's in Las Vegas, in Dubai this upcoming March. Hopefully we'll get to see some of you there or even hear your voices on the screen. It would be amazing. I wish everyone safe travels home. Please make sure you're connected with each other on LinkedIn. And above all, that everything that we talked about, we're embodying for ourselves as well, around our health, our wellness, our rest, celebrating our resilience, celebrating the brilliance that comes by being in certain spaces and connecting with each other. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time. Thank you. Oh yeah, one group photo before we go. Let's all, and we're gonna move some of these tables, move these tables back so we can have 2 rows, one in front of the stage and one on top.